Good evening, America, and all the other lesser nations. It's your boy Donnie, former president of the United States, and really the best president, quite frankly. I'm here tonight to tell you not to be like China and instead donate to the OCA podcast. But don't just take it from me, the greatest and most loved president of all time. Listen to these other satisfied customers.
I think of the host of the OCA podcast as my 5.5 additional children, and like a good American father, I support them by donating to their OnlyFans.
If only I had started donating earlier, Uncle Ben might still be alive.
I've never met my real dad, but that's okay, because after donating all my savings, the host agreed to be my new dads.
I punched the change out of his coin purse who'll donate to the podcast.
No, not my coins!
Yes, your coins.
It's time to donate to the Patreon!
All right! The OCA podcast needs my money more than my sister Serenity.
Donate today.
Welcome back to the OCA podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight is Reese2753.
I am here holding my nuts.
And Greenline. Great.
I'm here holding something else.
You're so taken aback by my intro.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's like, shit, I was holding my nuts. Like,
Now what should I do? Put my finger in my ass?
yeah, so it's just us three today. If you are if you're interested in joining us, let me know and I'll send you the link. Otherwise, let's just get started. So let me share screen. First and foremost, if you would like to support the OCA podcast, I invite you to head over to our Patreon. Am I on the right mic, by the way? I switched it so many times.
Yeah, you're on the Patreon stream.
Yeah. So you guys can head over to patreon.com/OCA podcast to fund us per month. It's a good way to do it. There's also the Anime Collector Patreon, which maybe not in the next month, but soon there shall be a deluge of content getting us caught up.
Prepare your anuses.
Yes, there's also ocapodcast.com/support, where you can donate directly. That's the way to fund us with the lowest amount of fees removed, other than, I guess, sending us cash in the mail at a P.O. box we haven't set up. There's also other ways, indirectly via our affiliate links, such as at Tenga. Wow. I never really... Oh. All right. Anyway, I was gonna say I never really considered watermelon a prop for selling sex toys, but I guess here we are. Starting off right, there have been 3 dead bodies found near the summit of Mount Fuji. So we're starting out here. This is from June 27th, so it's a little while ago. Search and rescue team goes looking for missing hiker. Brings back 3 bodies.
None of which are the missing hiker.
Don't tell them to go to Mount Everest. They'll find a bunch more there.
It's easy to make the mistake of thinking of Mount Fuji as some sort of safe, sterilized theme park attraction. Viewed from afar, the symmetrical slopes appear gentle and inviting. And in addition to being the symbol of Japan, it's one of the country's most visited tourism destinations. Every year, it attracts thousands of visitors, many of whom aren't particular avid outdoorsy types otherwise, but who feel secure and confident making the hike to the top thanks to ample, easily available information online about the route and the mountain hut infrastructure along the way. But make no mistake, the trek to the summit of Mount Fuji and then back down is dangerous enough that it can be deadly, especially if you attempt to climb it outside of the official climbing season. And a somber reminder of that came this week when a search and rescue team went looking for a 53-year-old man from Tokyo. Last Friday, the man told his family he was heading out to climb Mount Fuji, and he apparently accomplished that goal, sending a photo he took from the summit sometime before noon on Saturday. That was the last they ever heard from him, though. And when he failed to return home, the family reported him as missing. I like the idea that he just photoshopped a selfie against a blue screen. You know, like just take it pointed at the blue sky, blue screen it into a selfie of a photo from the summit. Now my family thinks I'm here, but really I'm halfway around the country ditching their ass, right? The man had been carrying a GPD beacon with him, geopositioning dildo. There you go.
Device.
I like dildo.
Okay.
So he'd been carrying a GPD beacon with him on his hike, and the last signals it had sent had come from near Mount Fuji summit crater. Using that as a starting point, search teams scoured the area and found not one, but 3 dead bodies. No official statement has been made regarding the age or sex of the deceased. About the bodies they found. Gotcha. I was like, didn't we just read he was a 53-year-old man? Okay, cool.
So it's not confirmed he's one of the 3 found.
Yeah, so no official statement has been made regarding the age or sex of the deceased, but no updates from the family of the 53-year-old Tokyo man saying he's come home. It appears likely that he is one of the 3. Morbidly, one might wonder if the 3 were connected by some sort of suicide pact. I wasn't thinking that, were you? But the circumstances...
They just got in a fiery brawl over the last piece of jerky.
Right? So morbidly, one might wonder if the 3 were connected by some sort of suicide pact, but the circumstances suggest that the deaths were neither intentional nor connected. All 3 were determined to have died from cardiac arrest and were found in separate locations, though all near the summit.
Damn it, Light.
The exact chain of events that led to the deaths is still being investigated, but it's a certainty that climbing outside of the official climbing season significantly increases the risk the hikers were taking. As hot and humid as Japan's low-lying regions are right now, there's still snow on parts of Mount Fuji, especially at higher elevations, which can make movement difficult and exhausting. More than anything else, though, hiking outside of climbing season means fewer other people, including support service personnel, are on and around the mountain. Hikers who do slip and fall, collapse from exhaustion, or encounter other problems are unlikely to be spotted by passersby, and medical help will take longer to arrive. Carrying a beacon likely gave the 53-year-old Tokyo man a false sense of security, but in the end, it appears to have done nothing more than help searchers find his body after he'd already died. Climbing Mount Fuji outside of the official climbing season is not technically illegal. However, not illegal and not dangerous are 2 very different things. And anyone interested in summiting Japan's tallest mountain is strongly encouraged to wait until the start of climbing season, which this year comes on July 1st for trails. Which this year comes on July 1st for trails on the Yamanashi Prefecture side of Mount Fuji, and July 10th for those on the Shizuoka Prefecture side. Okay, so what is one takeaway you guys have from reading this article?
He definitely should use that green screen. I think they're way behind the times, and I think they wouldn't even know what green screen is.
I think a good takeaway is you should definitely wait until the start of climbing season, right?
Yeah.
Climb with a buddy.
What's this? 3 people die on Mount Fuji less than 24 hours after official start of climbing season. Shizuoka opened its trails on Wednesday, and 3 bodies were found by the next morning.
Mount Fuji claims 3 more sacrifices.
Right. So I'm going to skip this one. And we'll address this one. 4th dead body found on Mount Fuji in less than 1 week from climbing season start. In less than a week, Shizuoka has seen double the amount of deaths than it has in any entire climbing season in the past 5 years.
Now Fuji's getting hungry.
As with the 3 other deceased, the man found on July 14th appears to have been hiking alone, further demonstrating the importance of having a partner with you on your Fuji climb. It's unclear how much time had passed between when the man collapsed and when his body was found, but had he had someone with him who could have called for medical help more quickly, perhaps his life would have been saved. In the last 5 years, Shizuoka has never had more than 2 deaths on its Fuji trails in a single hiking season, and in some years didn't have any at all. So with 4 in just 1 week and roughly a month and a half left in this season, authorities and forestry services are calling on hikers to exercise caution and to recognize when the weather and/or their own physical condition make an attempt at Fuji summit a bad idea, and to stop part way up the mountain to take shelter or turn back if necessary. This is the face of a vengeful mountain.
You know what happened? It heard about Yasuke.
Oh.
It heard about Assassin's Creed Shadows, and it's like, I demand sacrifices.
Right. Look at what you've done, Ubisoft.
Yeah, that's what
Blood on
it
your
really
hands.
is. It's not actually the Japanese people, it's all the French people that went there to study like Mount Fuji. It's all the Ubisoft employees that were like, we need to study Mount Fuji for Assassin's Creed Shadows, and they all went missing.
First Assassin's Creed Shadows, then the Olympics, now Mount Fuji. Thanks, France.
Right. Okay. So let's do some pickups real quick.
Oh, that was fast.
Right on. Yeah.
Bobby Hill got Golden Boy.
Golden
Now,
Boy.
Bobby,
did you have rubbing it in our faces, aren't you?
Yeah. Did you have to overspend, or did you get it?
Bobby Hill didn't even just get it. He's just taunting you.
He just posted the picture and leaves coolly.
Right.
No explanation.
Mirage picked up The Outbound Ghost. Don't know about it. Also, New Yoshi's Island. Is this the old game but for 3DS, or what's new about it?
I picked up the Beyond the Boundary Complete Collection during the Sentai sale.
The one with Crystal Laporte replaced?
I guess. It's the only one available. And this has the series and the movies.
Anime Fan picked up K-On!, Familiar Zero, Reincarnated as a Sword, The Demon Girl Next Door, Parts 1 and 2, I guess, Alice in Borderland, Setokai Yaku Indomo, and Setokai Yaku Indomo the movie, I'm guessing that says, and Bodacious Space Pirates. Oh yeah, movie 2.
Movie 1's in the collection.
And apparently also, you purchased, it hasn't arrived, but you've ordered.
I forgot to mention during mine, I also picked up the Fate Stay Night remastered digital on Switch.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no physical, unfortunately.
And Greenline picked up, is that the DVD box set for the Orange League?
Yes, for the Orange Island Season 2. Now, why did I pick this up? Now, can you read? I know it's kind of blurry because it's my shitty phone camera, but like, can you read the very top and what it?
36 episodes of Tropical Pokemon Adventures on 3 discs.
Now, do you know what the difference is between this release, the first release, and the secondary release that came out?
Nope.
The secondary release
has the missing episode?
Yeah. So the second release is only 35 episodes. This has 36 because it is missing an episode, and it is missing the episode with Jinx and one of the Elite Four, I believe. One of the Elite Four has Jinx, and so because Jinx is there, they're like, well, that's racist now. We can't have it in there.
I'm trying to remember what my collector. Yeah, there it is. I'm gonna look and see which one I have. I assume you have it handy, right? So you could like read off the barcode on the back if I.
Yeah, I can read off the barcode.
Yeah, you don't need to grab it just yet. I just want to see.
I'm just surprised they managed to get 12 episodes on disc.
Right.
On DVD disc. No less.
And it's a thin pack too. I didn't take a picture of it, but it's a.
Mine is not a thin pack, so that might be an answer.
Okay. Well, you'll have to read off the barcode first. Then.
Have you opened it yet?
Yeah. Well, it's already open. I got it from eBay. So.
Yeah, it's my app is still opening, but
double check the discs. Make sure they're not burned discs.
So let's see what we got here. So we still have 27 days to go. They are more than almost triple their goal here. Are you interested in watching two girls fall in love for the first time? Not really. And then seeing sparks fly as they make their first contact.
I'm interested in their first contact.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you view lesbian relationships green line in HD? That's how I view lesbian relationships. In HD 4K is how I view lesbian relationships. And preferably, but not always, in 2D. But
wow, it's popularly led to it receiving a live-action movie. As an author, I myself love this work very much and want everyone in the world to read it. And I want more and more people to enjoy Japanese Yuri manga. A noble goal. The only thing that could be better is like, and I want the rest of the world to realize how hot lesbians are. All right. Anyway, so moving on from here. An arrest warrant has been issued for the Power Ranger Samurai Green Ranger actor Hector David Rivera over alleged assault of an elderly Idaho man.
The fuck?
Right.
Why? What is with the Power Rangers and always having these like problematic issues?
They get inflated ego just because they put on a helmet.
I like the idea. First of all, there's a video of it, right? I like the idea that when you become a Power Ranger and you have these kind of problems, like you're just so lost in the role that you like call on the Megazord to fight your battles, and everybody's just like, "What is this guy's crazy? Let's get out of here!"
Jesus Christ, dude! You're in a grocery store. It's just a bag of tomatoes. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah. You won't get your way.
He threw an old man with a walker in the street.
Oh, geez.
And then he runs away like a bitch.
All right, so it says here, Hector David Rivera, the actor widely known as the Power Rangers franchise's Green Samurai Ranger, is currently wanted by authorities in Nampa, Idaho, regarding an alleged assault incident. The supposed incident in question took place on July 26th and allegedly saw the Power Rangers Samurai star pushing an elderly man to the ground after arguing with him over a parking space. According to Nampa police, the altercation occurred at approximately 11:45 a.m. and reportedly started as a verbal dispute before quickly escalating, after which Rivera allegedly shoved the man, who was in his early 60s and using a walker. Witnesses described Rivera as yelling and pointing fingers as the alleged victim fell to the ground. No, that's new. Fortunately, the man did not sustain any injuries, and was assisted up afterwards by a witness. Following the incident, Rivera is said to have driven away in a raised black four-door truck with a Texas plate while wearing a New England Patriots football jersey with the number 12, red pants, and a blue hat with the letters IFSD. I fuck shit down.
The gayest phone case ever.
Do you recognize this battery suspect? Yes, actually.
Yeah, actually, we all do.
Yeah.
Turns out the Power Rangers were the villains all along.
Right. It'd be funny. It'd be funny if the Japanese actor who played the Green Samurai Ranger is the one who turns him in, right?
Serve your time, imposter. I'm the real Green Ranger.
Per a post made by the Nampa Police Department on their official Facebook page, the investigation is ongoing.
I wonder
Rivera's
if we could find him.
Right. Rivera's career includes roles in various television series and films, including Percy Jackson and the Olympians, The Lightning Thief, Murder Anyone, and The Sand. Seems like he's had lots of practice. However, it was his performance as the Green Ranger that earned him his dedicated fan base. Having last reprised his role for the 2015 Power Rangers Super Mega Force The Legendary Battle, in light of his role in so many of their childhoods, his fans are particularly surprised and concerned by this recent development. The actor was originally scheduled to appear at the upcoming Magic Valley Comic-Con, which is in Nampa, Idaho, this weekend, but following the issuance of the arrest warrant, he has been removed from the event's website. Though, as of writing, no formal announcement regarding his removal has been issued by the convention, it's expected that he will no longer be making it. Can you imagine? He shows up, yay! Hector's here! And then they just slap the cuffs on him.
Right.
Or worse yet, the 60-year-old man is at his booth with the walker. starts charging him.
And then he says, "How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man?"
At current, Rivera has yet to be contacted by authorities. To this end, the Nampa Police Department is urging with information about actors. I think urging people with information about the actors' whereabouts to come forward and share it with them. They emphasize that the safety and well-being of the community are their top priorities as they continue their investigation. Per their Facebook post, if you know who he is, message us here or contact Crime Stoppers, not Crime Strippers. Which one?
Oh. Imagine like 15,000 kids. I know who he is. I know who he is.
Contact Crime Stoppers at 208-343-COPS. Leave a tip at 343cops.com or download their app, P3 Tips. If you know where he is currently, contact Nampa Dispatch at, I don't even know read the numbers. Come on.
I remember having to send a letter to Gruff McGruff.
Right? The crime hound. By the way, I looked it up. The kanji on his face means tree.
Or grass.
All right. In other convention news, San Diego Comic-Con human trafficking plot stopped by California Department of Justice.
I felt like California does something right.
The California Department of Justice's San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force has intercepted a human trafficking ring operated near San Diego Comic-Con 2024.
How do you pass that, by the way? Like, it's like, okay, yeah, buy your life-size waifu figure here at the...
So
she moves? She moves.
As we'll read, it's a sting operation. I think it just happened to be in San Diego, and so they posed as people going to Comic-Con to engage with this ring they had intel on. So basically, the undercover agents, were their cover stories. They were in town for Comic-Con or something like that. That's my guess. I don't think Comic-Con actually has anything to do with this. It's just a more exciting headline, because they say here that they've intercepted a human trafficking ring operated near San Diego Comic-Con 2024. 10 victims, one of them a girl, only 16 years of age. Honestly, the most uplifting thing about this is that the youngest person is 16 years of age. Because, like, if you ask me, when you're selling, sex trafficking victims, I assume that's relatively old for, the clientele's requests.
Yeah.
So 10 victims, one of them a girl only 16 years of age, were rescued by authorities from July 25th to 27th when the convention ran last weekend. San Diego's Child Welfare Services and related agencies were also cooperating with the California DOJ, providing resources. 14 people were taken into custody, with officers disguising themselves undercover as potential sex buyers, with charges of human trafficking being filed soon. I like the idea that they literally are just in full-on, like, Iron Man cosplay but they've got like a fat gut with a fanny pack, hanging out. And that's like how they walk up to this potential, sex market. They're like, yes, I would like to buy some sex.
Give me sex, and then you're like, instead, like, it's like best I can do is 200.
14 people were taken into custody, with officers disguising themselves undercover as potential sex buyers with charges of human trafficking being filed soon. Quote, unfortunately, sex traffickers capitalize on large-scale events such as Comic-Con to exploit their victims for profit. It seems like the easiest venue in the world to lose your captors in, right? Yeah. Just like at one point, because what are they going to walk you in there like zip-tied arms and stuff, looking like a victim of sex trafficking who's been hooked up to a radiator for the last 36 hours?
It's the dealer. He's dressed up as like a goblin from Goblin Slayer.
Please stop. He's a monster. It's like, wow,
they're so
the commitment. It's like these arrests send a clear message to potential offenders that their criminal behavior will not be tolerated. We are grateful to all of our dedicated partners involved in the San Diego Human Trafficking Task Force, whose collaboration has been invaluable. We take great pride in our office's commitment to uplifting vulnerable Californians by offering them assistance and guidance when they need it most.
Can you imagine, like, those YouTube videos? I don't know if you guys have seen them, where it's like, here's a cosplay compilation of all the cosplays, and it's like this 4K, this like 10-minute, 20-minute long video of like different cosplays, and usually they show like a bunch of like hot women and stuff, but then there's this one where you pan over and it's these poor women, these poor girls just crying their eyes out with a goblin, just like, please help us.
Just malnourished.
Yeah.
I wonder if, because it's San Diego, I have to wonder if these sex trafficking victims are people that the coyotes sold while trying to get from Mexico to California, crossing the border illegally, kind of thing. Because that kind of shit happens a lot. San Diego Sheriff Kelly Martinez added, quote, there is no more insidious crime than human trafficking. None, really, none more insidious than that. The sheriff
dramatize it.
Well, it's a pretty brutal crime. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I think that we could come up with at least one more.
Yeah.
Genocide,
genocide.
It just seems like there's plenty of other crimes.
Mass murder. Just.
The problem is that the worst things that humanity has ever done have all been legal, right?
Yeah.
The sheriff later stated that the coercion and violence which enslaves people for profit and places them into forced labor or sex is criminal. By definition, yes. As the sheriff, I support the efforts of all of our justice partners in holding perpetrators accountable. I appreciate the focus that was placed on the recent convention to identify and rescue victims of human trafficking. San Diego Comic-Con issued a statement denouncing the abuse. Quote, obviously we find this very disturbing, and while we were not made aware of this operation, it is our understanding that the arrests were made outside of the event. Why is that their involvement at all? Like, the showrunner said in a statement via People Magazine, we work closely with a variety of law enforcement entities throughout the year and stand ready to assist in any way we can. All we ask is that they make the arrest outside of our venue. Imagine a SWAT team just busting through a convention center and knocking people to the ground.
Oh, great cosplay!
Hey, idiot, the masquerade is over there.
Hey, orange chips on those guns, people.
Right. Gilzino, let me know if you want to join us. I have a link right here for you. In fact, I'm going to post it in the chat. Something I definitely won't regret. I'm going to post it in the Twitch chat. That's how we'll do it. Coolsville. Okay, anyway. Where was I? Oh, yeah, live action news. Let's do that. All right.
Taking away our one Twitch viewer.
Like a Dragon Yakuza series producer wants a Devil May Cry live action adaptation. But who would they get to play him? So while our staff and Yakuza fans are waiting for Amazon's Like a Dragon Yakuza series this fall, another adaptation could happen. A new Devil May Cry live action adaptation. Tak Sakaguchi. Give me Tak Sakaguchi as Dante. I'll watch the shit out of that. Ryuhei Kitamura directing. I'll do it. Let's make it happen. Niche Gamer staff had the wonderful opportunity to sit down with the lead stars of Amazon's Like a Dragon Yakuza series, which is set to premiere exclusively on Amazon Prime on October 24th. In the interview held at San Diego Comic-Con 2024, we talked up adapting Sega's hit series into an ambitious live-action series, which had us wondering if other games could go live-action. When finding out he was an avid gamer, we asked producer Eric Barmack, that's a Japanese name if I've ever heard one, if there was any other games he'd like to adapt into a live-action film or a new series. Quote, if I were to adapt other games, my top choices would be Devil May Cry, or for my kids, Among Us. Blah. No. Who needs to see that movie? No. Eric is the former lead of international co-productions at Netflix and now founder/CEO of Wild Sheep Content, the production company behind Amazon's Like a Dragon Yakuza TV series, and currently has numerous titles under his belt, including the aforementioned Yakuza TV series. Capcom has been very open to adaptations of their games for decades now, ranging from animated movies, television series, live-action movies, and more. So it makes sense for them to adapt one of their most beloved IPs into film or TV. That's an interesting concept, actually. I never really thought about the fact that Capcom specifically has done Street Fighter, Resident Evil, Monster Hunter. I think they're working on a Mega Man one, right? Like, they don't seem to be worried about the fact that none of these movies do that well. What was that? Elsewhere in our interview, Barmack also talked about how good it is to work with partners like Amazon, produce ambitious parts like a Dragon Yakuza, as well as distribute them worldwide to countless fans. Amazon has been an incredible partner. What is truly universal about streaming in general is that it's giving the opportunity for storytellers around the world to get distribution, to get in front of tens of millions of fans in ways that wouldn't have existed 15 years ago. He added, what's exciting to me is that the show really could only be made now if you wanted to do it the right way, which is with great Japanese actors and talent, and with a partner that is supporting the launch of a great show in hundreds of markets, literally. Make sure to check out our entire interview. I don't give a shit about that. We're going to skip all the rest of that. Cool. What do you guys think? Why does he kind of look vaguely like Norman Reedus in this photo? Don't like that.
Vaguely.
You know that's who they'd pick, too.
I really hope not.
Right?
I want one of the Supernatural brothers to play Dante or something.
Jensen Ackles, is that his name?
Yeah,
I think
maybe not him. Maybe the other guy, but either one of them.
I feel like he could do it after playing Soldier Boy and The Boys. He kind of does have a look I feel like they could adapt properly. Now that you mention it. Anyway. Also, from That Park Place, rumor. Lionsgate's live-action Naruto film is a complete disaster. With producers... What? I can't believe this. With producers not knowing, quote, anything about the IP. The rumor claims that Lionsgate's
Who would have thought?
Could it be? Could it be that they know as much as Dragon Ball Evolution? A rumor claims that Lionsgate's long-gestating live-action Naruto film is a complete disaster, with producers not knowing anything about the IP. The rumor comes from Matt McGloin at Comic Book News, who shared that his insiders informed him the film was a complete disaster And it is on the level of Dragon Ball Evolution, or even as bad as what Lionsgate is doing with the Crow reboot. I can't wait. I'm actually excited about it now. Like, I can't wait till Naruto is in an American high school, right? Like, it's
sliding his forehead across a car.
McLoin added, those who are working on Naruto don't have a clue in the world. It's so bad that those working on the movie don't even know who the villains of the characters are, yet they're developing the movie. They're just developing Naruto to take advantage of the built-in audience, but don't know anything about the IP and don't respect the source material or the fans. Lionsgate has been developing a live-action Naruto since 2015. That's 9 years ago. Variety reported at the time that Michael Gracie was going to direct the adaptation, and Lionsgate was in negotiations for the film rights to the Naruto series, written and illustrated by Masashi Kishimoto. At the time of this initial announcement, it was revealed Avi Arad and his son Ari Arad were producing alongside Eric Feig, Jeff Shavitz, and Kelly O'Malley. Distinct lack of Japanese names working on this. More recently, Boris Kitt at The Hollywood Reporter in February noted that Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings director Destin Daniel Cretton had boarded the film as director, writer, and producer. Kitt noted that both Arads are still producing, but they are joined by Jae-yoon Moonford, Emmy Yu, and Jeremy Latcham now. A lot of people want to get in on this train wreck, huh? Lionsgate also secured a glowing statement from Kishimoto, who said, "When I heard of Destin's attachment, it happened to be right after watching a blockbuster action film of his, and I thought he would be the perfect director for Naruto. After enjoying his other films and understanding that his forte is in creating solid dramas about people, I became convinced that there is no other director for Naruto." I'm sorry, for Naturo? Yep. In actually meeting Destin, I also found him to be an open-minded director who was willing to embrace my input when I told him to input my Samurai 8 characters in it. No, he said, and felt strongly that he would be able to cooperate together in the production process. Lionsgate Motion Picture Group Chair Adam Fogelson also commented at the time, quote, "This manga classic is beloved by millions of fans all around the world, and Destin has delivered a vision for the movie that we believe will excite that massive fan base as well as those who are new to it."
Oh, yeah? Well, somebody in my comment section was like, Naruto's too old, get over it. Me.
Nobody cares about Sakura.
Yep.
He added, "Avi and I have had the pleasure of working together before, and I know that as we collaborate with Destin and the team at Naruto, we are in extraordinary hands." Wow. That's lame. I hope it's as big of a disaster as Dragon Ball Evolution. I'd love to sit through that shit again.
Watch party one.
Tonight, if we get done on time. Let's do it.
No.
Grace is like, what have I done? All right, let's see what we got here. Crimes droppers. Oh. Human trafficking is like car trafficking. Is it like what road workers would do? They are human trafficking. That'd be funny. Like so human trafficking is like car trafficking in the sense that oftentimes the people involved directing the flow of trafficking are the police. Making anime and video games into live action is the same as making fantasy like reality. That makes no sense. Okay. Showing anime and video games, potential anime fans and video game fans is an easy way to get more anime fans. Okay. All right. Moving on from here, what do we got? Terminator Zero anime releases main trailer. Have you guys seen this?
No.
Because it looks like hot garbage.
I wasn't
look.
interested, and I'm not.
Timothy
I'm
Oliphant
even
is
less
going to voice the
interested.
Terminator. Yeah, no, it looks so bad. Like, I'm amazed that you could fuck this up so badly. It just doesn't look interesting at all. Seems like it's really trying to be like DEI quota, which I wouldn't, have a problem with, like the black lead character, because like Miles Dyson was black, like that. Like when Terminator was first created, the choice of casting the actor they used for Miles Dyson didn't hold a bunch of diversity baggage behind it. You get what I mean? Mm-hmm. So it feels weird primarily because the character does not look black other than his skin, right? Because they give him like a quintessential white guy haircut with a beard, right? See what I mean? Like, they're not embracing the actual diversity. They just seemingly, I don't know. The character looks uninspiring. Let me put it that way. He doesn't seem like again, as I was saying before, with Miles Dyson specifically, which is actually one of the reasons why I don't like this character, because Miles Dyson was one of the head engineers at Cyberdyne, right? That's what it was called.
Yeah, Cyberdyne.
So he was one of the head engineers at Cyberdyne. So after he dies in Terminator 2, it seems unusual for the next guy in the line to also be black and have 2 kids. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems lazy to me. If it was supposed to be Miles Dyson and this took place in a different continuity or something, I'd be a little bit more open to it.
Yeah. That is his brother.
Yeah, like or his son, because he had 2 sons.
Picking up his father's work.
Yeah, exactly. Like that. If that turns out to be a storyline, then it's a moot point. I'd be like, sure, I'll take it. The only problem with that is that it accelerates the timeline, or for his kid to grow up to the point where they would be able to continue their father's work before Judgment Day. And also all the shit about their father dying, all that, like the kid would have to grow up with the parent because the mom survives. She would never tell him what happened. I mean, freaking Schwarzenegger pulls his skin off in that scene, showing them exactly who he is and what happens, right? Like, it just seems very not a good plot point, in my opinion. That is actually, ironically, even though I started with it, the least of a problem I have with this. The rest of it just seems like let me show you this scene right here. Tell me how undynamic is my fight scene? Kick, throw, like, it just looks like shit, right? Feels very uninspired. I'll watch it. I promise I'll actually watch it, but it looks really bad. So anyway, I just thought I would harp on it for a half second. We can move on if you guys don't want to talk about it.
I think we've talked about it enough.
Good luck. Are you a fan of us doing 3 streams in 7 days? Isn't that crazy how we can do that? I love that. Thank you. Being an anime made for Netflix instead of for anime fans, that is a reject. It is like Metallica making music for the establishment instead of the music fans.
Metallica does make music for the establishment.
They do now. Yeah. Yeah, it feels very uninspired. It feels like I want to live in a world where certain IPs from the 80s and 90s were sold, like the rights to do an adaptation was sold back then to Japan, who made the anime back then, where they were as attached to making the adaptation as Dragon Ball Evolution was to the source material for that. right? So that they can then just take what they like from it and just run with it and see the kind of stuff that they could have produced. I think that would have been a much better
in an
adaptation.
OVA format too.
Yeah, where yes, exactly. An OVA where the Japanese are just given free reign to write their own story, right? Whereas this, you can just tell the only part about it that's anime is that a studio, probably like in this case Production IG, but a studio probably mostly being outsourced anyway, is there. Therefore, we get to call it anime, and we did a Japanese version too, so that like there's Japanese voices and stuff. Whereas it just feels very uninspired and like the same sort of way that we complain that Crunchyroll is literally just Funimation named Crunchyroll now. It's the same kind of thing. Like, you're not fooling anybody by making it a quote unquote anime. You've just made a shitty Western, cartoon that you had Japanese people anime, right? And then you think that somehow, I mean, yeah, it's going to make people watch it. If I had to pay for it beyond having a Netflix account, I definitely wouldn't buy it until it was like in the used dollar bin store kind of thing. But anyway. OVAs are better than anime since OVAs never need deadlines and the content is extra. OVAs definitely need deadlines. You can't run your studio indefinitely without producing something that returns a profit to you. So they definitely have deadlines. They might not have weekly, like episode deadlines the way that anime being produced for a season is. But OVAs definitely have deadlines. All right. Make a Girl anime film reveals release day, trailer, and visual. So this is a Japanese movie. Like, these are the releases for coming out in Japan in January of next year. Make a Girl. We talked about this a little bit before. Seems a little strange, like weird science levels, right? Make a Girl. Yeah. Let me remind you that the thing that started this, the feature film is based on Yasuda's independent 3D CG short, Make Love, released on February 8th, 2020. The 2.5-minute short was selected as an award-winning work in the 29th CG animation contest, Japan's oldest CG animation contest. Yeah, so weird. Seems like it's exactly what it is. I like that we didn't just call it what its light novel title would be. Loser virgin in his 30s, Hikikomori gets lonely enough to make a girlfriend instead of pursue one in real life, right? Effectively, I feel like that's the premise, right? Also, the Concierge anime movie North America one-day only release date announced. It's coming out in the theaters on 9/11. Seems like an odd time to release it, if you ask me.
Well, at least she's not a flight attendant, right? She just looks like one.
I didn't consider that. That's hilarious. All right, Trapezium anime movie North America one-day only release date also announced. So this one is coming out a couple days later, 1 week later on September 18th. One day only. Driven by the unwavering passion for becoming an idol, Yu Azuma, a young, ambitious first-year student at Joshu East High School, embarks on a journey to form an idol group. To make her dream a reality, she recruits one girl from each of her region's 4 high schools located to the north, east, south, and west, and soon finds her fellow group members. Joining Yu is Ranko Kashima, a sophisticated second-year student at Holy Teneritas Southern Girls Academy, with a distinctive curly hairstyle and admiration for Ocho Fujin, Madame Butterfly. The fuck? Who's the curly-haired bitch? I don't even see her. Doesn't exist. You lied. Kurumi Taiga, a student at West Tech Vocational High School who wears cute oversized jackets with long sleeves and dreams of winning the championship at a robotics competition, and Mika Kame, a student who also hails from Joshu North High School, is known for being a kind-hearted girl and for her dedication to volunteering. So wait a minute. So you're telling me You're telling me that you've got another girl from the high school in the north? You've got West? I don't understand. Wasn't the whole point? With the help of Shinji Kudo, Yu's collaborator and confidant, these 4 young girls set off on the road to stardom. But the journey hides unexpected trials, rigorous demands, and setbacks and pressures, and threatening to undo all that Yu has worked so hard for. It sounds terrible. I don't want to see it. I'm glad I read that. Now I'm gonna avoid it like the plague. Oh shit! I pushed my chair back enough that it got caught on the rug. All right. Let's get into our anime news here. All right. I may be a guild receptionist, but I'll solo any boss to clock out on time. Anime premieres January 2025. So we've talked a little bit about this before, but just kind of keep it fresh on your mind. First of all, she thick in all the right ways. Turn this off so I can read. Come on. So Alina Clover signed up to be a receptionist for the Adventurers Guild, thinking it would be her ticket to the good life. Stable pay, regular hours, and safe workplace conditions. Unfortunately, her dream gig turns into a nightmare of endless paperwork and overtime whenever the adventurers she helps coordinate get stuck clearing a dungeon. But people aren't made to grind forever, so Alina sneaks off at night to give the monsters holding things up a beatdown, courtesy of her massive warhammer. Keeping this all under wraps to avoid violating her office's ban on second jobs is difficult, especially when the tales of her exploits start to spread. But Alina somehow manages to keep her identity safe until the leader of the strongest party in the guild catches her defeating a boss one fateful night. Does Alina have what it takes to stop her life from going topsy-turvy? This is basically the story of Let Me Solo Her. But if that guy's day job was like managing like complaints about the game, right? Like,
Oh, yeah.
she's too
All your
hard.
chairs-
He's like, hold on, let me solo her. Right? Undead Unluck anime has a 1-hour special announced for winter 2025.
Yeah.
Do you know anything about this? I haven't read this yet.
I've seen the series, and I mean, I'm excited. I'll buy the series when it comes out. But I don't know whether it's going to be like a recap or just a continuation or something not original. I have no idea.
So it says here, after the series was delivered. Oh, okay, hold on. After the Undead Unluck anime promised a big announcement back in March.
Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, this is. I'm looking at the arc. This is covering the winter arc. It's a 3-chapter arc. So.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm based on what we see for the visuals, snow and stuff.
Interesting. Okay. No longer allowed in another world, anime canonizes 4 new cast members. I thought this was pretty funny. Archbishop Elton, Miller, Arya, and then the Pope, voiced by Takahito Koyasu, who voices Dio Brando in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
And also voices Roswell in Jeff.
Yeah. Something about that's just too funny.
Yeah. So, I finally watched episode 4, which aired on Tuesday, and we finally figured out why it's called No Longer Allowed in Another World. Like the real reason why it's called that.
Because the gimmick of the show is that the guy doesn't want to be there.
No.
What I've seen is the female party members like drag around a coffin that he's in, kind of like the
the author that was killed himself, Dazai, is it Dazai?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
he's always trying to kill himself.
Yeah,
like always taking like poison pills and toxins and whatever. And so he just dragged me around. I don't care. I'd rather sleep in a coffin.
It seems funny. Duel Masters Lost anime begins streaming on October 4th. So when I first read the headline for this article, it was through the URL here. And I thought it was a lost anime that was going to start streaming. I'm like, oh, that's so cool. No. The story is that it's called Duel Masters Lost. And it is an alternate take on the 2022 Duel Masters Win, an anime series that explores what would have happened if the protagonist, get this, his name is Win Kirifuda, had been defeated and lost his memories in the process. Yeah.
Okay.
The girl seems to have lost a couple inches off her skirt, too. Holy shit. From Old Country Bumpkin to Master Swordsman anime announced for April 2025. This is such a strange anime to be making. Like, is this perhaps the oldest protagonist to a shonen anime?
Older than Sakamoto?
From Haven't You Heard I'm Sakamoto?
No, Sakamoto days.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, yes. Barrel Guardian, a self-proclaimed humble old man, is a sword instructor at his dojo in a rural backwater village. In his younger years, he dreamed of glory as a master swordsman, but those days are long behind him. Out of the blue, he receives a visit from a famous former pupil who brings him world-shattering news. He's been appointed as special instructor for the Knights of the Liberian Order. With his life now turned upside down, Beryl travels to the capital and reunites with some of his former students, elite knights, an ace wizard, and even an adventurer who's attained the highest guild rank possible. But why do they all want his tutelage? As far as he's concerned, they clearly don't need him anymore. Can Beryl live up to his new position? And will he ever get a moment's peace away from his adoring students? This sounds like a terrible anime. Damn, I thought he was going to be like like he goes from being an old country bumpkin. He gets a new lease on life when he attempts something new and becomes the adventurer. But no, he's just going to show up at the castle and train people. Boring. All right, Petals of Reincarnation manga gets a TV anime. Very strange concept here. Toya Senji is talentless. He's tried everything, but he can't seem to excel at anything no matter how hard he tries. Then he meets Haito, a kendo champion and humanity's protector. She uses the stem of reincarnation to draw on the abilities of her past lives, but it only works when she slits her own throat. And now she wants Toya to join her. Definitely seems like the kind of thing we need to be promoting to young people in Japan when we have such a birth crisis and all that. All right. Betrothed to My Sister's Ex TV anime slated for 2025. All of these, they oftentimes seem better based on the title alone than the actual synopsis. The actual synopsis is retarded. With unmaintained red hair and shabby clothes, Marie, the Baron's daughter, has been treated like a servant all her life. Count Granado, the country's richest man, who is said to be a difficult misogynist, falls in love with her at first sight. However, due to a misunderstanding, Count Granado proposes to her sister, Anastasia, who looks like a princess, instead of the ragged Marie. A very popular work from Become a Novelist. Is that Shisetsuki Ninaru? I bet you that's what that is. Marie's Cinderella story that began with a hero's... Oh, no, wait. God, I don't fucking know. This is so weird. Anyway, moving on. All right, so This is the point we're at here. Rascal does not dream of Santa Claus. What, are they going to do the Easter Bunny next?
Let's look at the list of the light novels.
Rascal does not dream of the magic bullet theory for JFK's assassination. Right?
Let's see.
Yeah.
Light novels. Funny Girl Senpai.
I haven't read or heard. I haven't watched any of the Rascal Does Not Dream series.
Yeah, it's just getting too convoluted at this point.
Oh man, I don't even want to start it. It's like, oh, there's that version of the box set that says it has a dub, but it doesn't. No, it's like, fuck me, man. This is
Santa
the first.
Claus is the third. Holy shit! Santa Claus is the newest novel, or not the newest novel, like the 13th novel. Dream student, dream of girlfriend, dream of dear friend. Nightingale, lost singer. Knapsack kid, sister venturing out. His first love. Alright, sorry, carry on.
Is Rascal the guy?
Yeah.
Oh. So, I've never watched anything to do with this series. This is the last thing I would have expected from the synopsis. Puberty syndrome. Abnormal experiences rumored on the internet to be caused by sensitivity and instability during adolescence. Okay. This year, Sakuda Azusagawa, a second-year student at a high school near Enoshima, meets several girls that are experiencing this puberty syndrome. For instance, he meets a wild bunny girl in the library. That's sensitivity and instability? Okay. She turns out to be an actress on hiatus, Mai Sakurajima, who is also his senior at the school. For some reason, no one else can see this enchanting girl. How does she become invisible? The fuck does that have to do with Santa Claus?
That's the premise of the Rascal Does Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
It's gotta be, right? That's what that's saying. Crunchyroll currently streams Rascal Not Dream of Bunny Girl Senpai.
Yeah.
And describes the series, right?
Yeah,
that's just fucking weird.
That's got nothing to do. That doesn't say what this one movie is about or anime.
Very strange. Alya sometimes hides her feelings in Russian, hops in with Bunny Day Visual. Wow, what an interesting time to have put this. Wow, they're so tiny. Why would you do this to us?
Zoom and enhance.
Some very unconventional.
The series.
I guess we'll just sandwich the real bunny girls on the end here, and then just make it up as we go along in the middle. Yeah, that's weird. Happy Bunny Day. There you have it. Oh, I guess we had 4. Why 4? Jeez. All right. Anyway, any thoughts on Alya doesn't hide her feelings in Bunny Senpai Girl?
Thank God I'm not into this show yet. We've announced 6 bunny girls.
All right. Berserk of Gluttony English dub announced. Cast and crew revealed. Do you know any of these names? Garrett Storms, Chris Gardner, Emily Hornsby, Landon McDonald. None of these are. It'd be fun,
Ranger.
But none of these are from the actual Berserk cast, right?
No.
Because that would be funny.
Just have Matt Mercer.
Right. So.
Or not Matt Mercer.
I couldn't believe the actual synopsis here. Fate Graphite was born into a world where magical girls shape your destiny. His skill is gluttony, a seemingly useless curse of unending hunger that has left him shunned and looked down upon, until one day, after he takes the life of a thief, his true power awakens. He can devour the skill of anyone he kills to feed his appetite. Will he learn to control this gruesome ability for the better? Akuyaku Reijo Tensei Oji-san anime reveals January 2025 start. Okay, so there are so many of these otome game like reincarnation things, but have you seen one where an old man is reincarnated as the villainess? Because that's what awaits you here. Anyway, that's coming.
Like that scene in the elevator in Inception. Oh, it's a villain. There's a reflection. No, it's an old man.
Secrets of the Silent Witch light novel announces an anime adaptation. What was the synopsis for this one? Monica Everett, a silent witch. The Silent Witch is the only mage in the world who can use enchanted magecraft. A true hero who single-handedly defeated a legendary black dragon. However, this young genius is actually super-duper shy. That's right, she learned to cast spells silently just to avoid speaking in public, and despite her power, she has zero self-confidence. Now Monica has been tasked with secretly guarding the second prince. Can she keep it together as she faces both the evil forces targeting the prince and the terrors of social interaction?
Watch the cast Monica Real, and all she does is just like,
As soon as you hear her voice, that's why you know it. She needs to be quiet.
like she doesn't talk at all. She just makes like noise, like what's her name in Demon Slayer?
that would be the best version of Monica Real.
I'm gonna switch the screens I'm sharing from. All right. Oh, hold on. My app for checking which version of the Pokemon thing I have open. Pokemon Adventures on the Orange Islands. So the image I'm using says it has 36 episodes of Tropical Pokemon Adventures on 3 discs, but I might just have used the image that you have.
Okay. I mean, you might have the old one.
I'm gonna scan the. Hold on. I'm gonna search for the. I'm gonna search for. Look at this. I'm gonna search for the UPC real quick and see what comes up. That is a different cover than the one I have. But that's
if you had a disk drive, you could check the metadata on it.
But that shit is in the storage unit. So
No, I'm talking about Green Lines.
Oh yeah.
Oh, so, sorry for not getting a disc.
So when I look it up on eBay, it says 36 episodes of Tropical Pokemon Adventures on 3 discs. Is there a version that says 35 episodes?
I don't think it says 35. At least on the front. I think it's on the back, but I'm not sure. I'd have to grab it. Because I do have the other version.
Yeah, that's the thin pack that you have, I think. Yeah, mine might be the thin pack too, actually. Now that I look at it, I think I remember that box set being thinner next to the other ones. I just you had called it like season 2 or whatever.
Yeah.
And there's 3 parts to season 1.
Yes.
Which is why I assumed. And season 1 is like 70 something episodes or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Cool. Back to this. Please put them on. Takamine-san manga announces a TV anime in production. Have you guys ever thought to yourself, man, I wish I could go back in time and make a different choice about this or that?
Yeah, all the time. Yeah. Every single day.
I think everybody has something like that.
Yeah. So what if it was this easy? The Please Put Them On Takamine-san manga officially announced today that a TV anime for the series is officially in production. The original manga author, Yuichi Hiragi, released a celebratory comment following the news. Thanks to your support, Please Put Them On Takamine-san will be made into an anime. When I heard about the anime project from my editor, I didn't feel it was real and was skeptical, even thinking my editor had gone crazy. However, as the number of people involved increased day by day, and as I had more opportunity to see the work and process, I felt relieved and realized that my editor was not going crazy. And above all, it's all thanks to people like you who read and support Takamine-san until it was made into an anime. I'd like to take this opportunity. Thank you. All right, so let's find out what it's about. Takane Takamine is the goddess of her high school. With perfect grades, athletic prowess, and unrivaled beauty, this student council president is the apple of everyone's eye, including Koshi Shirota, a below-average student with no friends or social prospects whatsoever. But he'll soon find out the secret behind Takamine's unbelievable success: her underwear. When she strips, she can undo any of her past actions, and now that Koshi knows, Takamine won't let him off so easy. So all she has to do is take her panties off, and all of her problems disappear.
All of her money problems disappear, all her relationship problems disappear.
Yep. So I guess I thought I read somewhere before that he's trying to force her to keep them on or something. I don't know. Very strange. Can't wait for the anime. What's up, the Cool 2T? I have a link here for you if you would like to join us, because we're having a chill stream today. Anyway, moving on from here, we have got Japanese conglomerates are promoting DEI and ESG initiatives, investing in anime and the manga industry. Free-run publisher Shogakukan among the partners. Well, it was nice while it lasted, right? How much of free-run is left to adapt? Can we skirt in before it gets ruined?
I mean, where it's at, it was a fine place, but, you know.
So as interest in anime and manga continues to grow on both the local and international levels, a pair of Japan's largest conglomerates, both of whom unfortunately promote DEI and ESG initiatives as part of their core values, are now looking to get in on the weeaboo game. All good, buddy. Don't worry about it. Seems I am late like the NABJ. I'm not following this. Going in alphabetical order, the first of these corporate investors are Marubeni, a leader in Japan's cereal and paper industries and the nation's overall fifth biggest general trading company. Okay. Oh, okay. I guess we're just going to do a deep dive on Marubeni before going to the next alphabetical one. On June 27th, Marubeni announced that they would be teaming up with publisher Shogakukan, whose print offerings include the free-run Beyond Journey's End, Kamen Rider Kuga, and Pokemon Specials mangas, as well as the Shimonetta and Gonna Be the Twin Tail light novel series, to establish a new company for the global development of Japanese manga and anime content. Quote, the sales channels for Japanese manga and anime are not well established. Are they not? Really? They're not? How would you improve that, I wonder? Especially in overseas markets. No, you're wrong. If anything, they're too well established and we need to scale back. Explain the company of their new partnership. Lack of direct distribution networks and retail outlets means that attractive content cannot be delivered to fans around the world, resulting in lost opportunities. This situation has led to an increase in pirated products, highlighting the need for a system that ensures the distribution of legitimate goods. Don't like any of what I've read so far. The new company aims to offer a breakthrough solution to this situation, thereby contributing to maximizing the value of Japanese content by connecting authors with fans around the world. Specifically, the new company will deliver Japanese content in a variety of domains, including the development of goods using manga and anime content, sales at retail outlets, and the establishment of an overseas sales distribution network, as well as digital content utilizing the latest technology. It seems like they're trying to solve a problem that nobody has. Maybe we don't have to be worried at all. Notably, per their own website, Marubeni is a strong adherent to the tenets of environmental, social, and governance investing principles. Further, they performed so well in their dedication that they were recognized as an environmentally sustainable company at the February 2024 Japanese ESG Finance Awards. They have fucking awards for how woke you can be. One of the event's top honors, as awarded to those companies doing the most to promote such related efforts. Interestingly, most of their reported ESG initiatives are concerned with the environmental aspect of their operations. Meanwhile, their social efforts seem to be focused on promoting gender diversity than racial diversity. Well, it is a Japanese company after all. The second corporate investor is the Mizuho Financial Group, a banking holding company. The group is moving to establish an anime film invest fund by the end of the year. So I don't want to take on this role because it sounds like a huge headache, but you know how Kabrutus started the DEI Detected initiative? We need that for anime. Like, boycott this until it's in the dollar store bin, right? Kind of thing. Like, we need to start that. If you want to see that become a reality, fund the podcast. According to Bloomberg, the fund will begin with a pool of 1.5 billion yen, or $9.5 million US dollars, to 17 million US dollars, right? In financing, with Mizuho Financial Group looking to invest roughly 5.4 million US dollars into each film they partner with. And similar but slightly different to Marubeni, Mizuho Financial Group are committed to the principles of DEI. Quote, in alignment with Mizuho's corporate identity and to create lasting value for all stakeholders in the economics and communities in which we operate, we promote equity of opportunity and an inclusive culture where diversity in its many forms is welcomed, reads the company's official commitment to diversity. Quote, we incorporate varied perspectives into our daily working practices and decision-making and strive to create an environment where employees can flourish, feel a sense of belonging, and are proud to work. Whether or not the principles of ESG and DEI, I mean, DEI didn't get brought up at all. I guess the diversity of gender, whether or not the principles of ESG and DEI will feature prominently in the development of either Marubeni or Mizuho Financial Group's respective anime productions. What kind of sentence is that? Whether or not the principles of ESG and DEI will feature prominently in the development of either Marubeni or Mizuho Financial Group's respective anime productions. Period. Remains to be seen? Could we include that in the sentence, maybe? However, given that we've seen what we've seen from the West, let's just say the odds aren't looking good. As of writing, neither Marubeni or Mizuho Financial Group have announced their first respective anime productions. Well, you know what has been announced, though? What has been announced, Shimoneta publisher Shogakukan to use AI translations for new light novel reading app Novelist. So the same Shogakukan that is now being invested by ESG and DEI companies is now turning to AI translations. See, this is the problem with, we've covered this a billion times, but this is the problem with AI coming in to replace localizers, is what is the likelihood that the AI is not already going to be pre-programmed to do an even more aggressive localization than the Western localizers already were? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And if your groups are getting funding and partnership with ESG and DEI groups, it's just not looking good. So an upcoming light novel reading app from Japanese publisher Shogakukan will be using AI technology to localize its featured works for English-speaking audiences. As detailed Japanese financial news outlet Nikkei, the app, named Novelist, will allow users to freely access an ever-growing selection of the publisher's various light novel offerings, including such Shimoneta, A Boring World Where the Concept of Dirty Jokes Doesn't Exist, Gonna Be the Twin Tail, yeah, and the Freerun Beyond Journey's End prequel novel, Freerun the Novel Prelude. In terms of the app's user interface, the light novels available on Novelist will be presented in continuous vertical scrolling style. Oh, fuck. Can you imagine losing your place? Rather than typical distinctly separated by page horizontal format. No. No. An entire book? Loading the entire book and just... Oh, fuck. That sounds awful. Like, the only reason you would do that is to make it harder for people to put the book down. Right? So they spend more time on the app. That's awful. Oh, like normally I would just get to the end of the page and put a bookmark, but I have to get all the way through the chapter now. You know what I mean? Like, further, character dialogue will be shown not in the bare paragraphs of standard text, but in formatted speech bubbles adorned with icons indicating which specific character is speaking. Why? How does that improve things? Set to launch in both the United States and Canada by the end of 2024, the app is currently planned to add a massive 400 titles to its library in its first 2 years. According to the publisher, the aggressive push to reach foreign readers is being motivated in large part by Japan's declining birth rates, as the prospects of ever-shrinking home markets have led many local companies to begin placing their bets for growth on outside audiences. Isn't it sad how little the market actually attempts to fix the problems by just instead going to outside markets? It's like, well, unfortunately, the Japanese are dead to us. You know, like, to this end, in order to meet this output goal and cut their production costs in half, Shogakukan will use the Mantra AI translation engine to localize the works added to Novelist. So we've already covered Mantra previously. Developed by the Japanese tech startup Mantraco for use on manga and webtoons, rather than just literally translating a given work, the engine takes story, dialogue, and panel context into account to produce more accurate localizations. By combining our manga image recognition technology with a large-scale language model, translation can take into account character and story information extracted from the images. Am I insane? Were we not reading about them adapting light novels? Right? Like how much manga pages are you going to put in your fucking light novel? By considering a longer context than traditional machine translation, which translates each sentence independently, it is possible to maintain consistency in translation style and character tone throughout the work. The process performed by members of Mantra Co. themselves. These AI localizations are then passed off to human editors for a final review before ultimately being submitted to the source material's respective publisher. Far from a bit player in the Japanese publishing scene, the Mantra engine has already been used to produce such localizations as the ongoing English simulpubs of The Ancient Magus Bride and Vietnamese releases of both One Piece and Spy Family. Further, as of June 2024, Mantra Co. has managed to raise a total approximately 780 million yen in funding from such leading manga and light novel publishers as Shogakukan, Kadokawa, and Square Enix Holdings. Wow. At current, it is unknown which light novels, nor specifically how many, will be featured on Shogakukan's Novelis app when it hits US and Canadian app stores later this year. It's crazy. Did they say that it was going to be free?
I doubt it.
Yeah, so I was thinking of this too, actually. Japan's rise in the average age, because they don't have, their birth rate is so low, has led to a rise in the age of the climbers, which would indicate why they're dying at greater numbers than previously, right? JT Vegas says, it might work, but they will localize it. Localization can ruin it. AI may censor too. AI might use Google Translate, which is worse than which is worse in Japanese translation. Honestly, it sounds to me like Mantra is just white labeling Claude. And they're taking the Japanese characters for the entire book, shoving it into Claude, asking it to analyze it, right? Because Claude can do entire books. That's the draw of it. It's like 100,000 character limit or whatever. I think it might even be at 200,000 now for some of the models. So you throw in the entirety of the book, have the thing get a firm understanding of everything that happens in there, understanding which characters, like what you learn about them and when you learn it and stuff, and then you start to translate it line by line that way. That should give you a better translation than doing it through something like ChatGPT, right? That effectively is all they would need to do, and the translation quality is on par with what localizers are doing, if not better, because it's unburdened by the fact that so many people who work in the localization industry find anime, manga, and light novels problematic to some degree. AI will demand more money since it runs on electric, which costs more than coal. Doesn't matter. It costs less than paying the person the team you used to hire. It's done faster, has a greater output, larger return on investment. I recall Kason saying, I was sucking pussy all day in the Japanese translation. Huh. In my head canon, that's the real translation. What is Kason? Explain to me the full context of this, because that's hilarious. All right, in games news. The Helpful Fox Senko-san game is coming to Switch and mobile this summer. I don't know. I wasn't there for the watch club you guys did of this.
Oh.
So I have nothing to say. Your turn.
We did a watch club of this.
Oh.
Yeah, I doubt the game will be... Now it's file in Japanese.
If it's just giving Senko head pats on the Switch, then
worth
10
it.
out of 10.
10 out of 10. All right.
Cool.
Genshin Impact is under fire for whitewashing African deity Olorun.
Oh.
How can you whitewash a deity?
Oof. It's another.
They must not know Jesus. We've been whitewashing him for fucking years.
It's another day, and another race-related controversy has arisen. This time involving Genshin Impact's new character Olorun, based on a deity from the Yoruba religion, which people are calling out for being whitewashed and looking like pale Sasuke from Naruto. I mean, if you ask me, it looks more like a Kingdom Hearts character. Genshin Impact's version 5.0 is scheduled to be updated this August, but when a surprise teaser was released, several English voice actors were quick to criticize the way one of the new characters was portrayed. Olorun, who briefly appears in the teaser trailer, is named after Olorun, the supreme god of the Yoruba people of West Africa. Wow, an actual Chojin, supreme god. And several people have pointed out the disrespect for not resembling the god it was modeled after. The fictional god of this religion? It doesn't look like this made-up deity? Wait, why did he get... Is he Jesus? He comes out of the tomb? The above image shows a depiction of Olorun and a version of the deity from the MOBA Smite. Okay. MOBA, what is that? Do you guys know? Valeria MOBA, MOBA, is that like a mobile?
Oh, yeah, mobile.
Something like that? Smite being the game, I'm guessing. Like this is like the card game or whatever kind of. I don't know. Valeria Rodriguez, the English voice actor for Sucrose, was the first to voice a criticism. I could stay quiet about this and protect myself, but us folks of color don't always need to stay quiet and let others fuck us over and disrespect us so that we can continue to advance at half the pace of our white peers. If you're going to use real world deities, real world, real life, honest to goodness gods, respect them. If you're basing off of real cultures, respect that. I'm fine with things being inspired by various cultures. That's awesome. Representation is dope. But bare minimum, do some research and show some cultural appreciation. Olorun is the supreme Yoruba deity. You could find that with a quick Google search even. This is unforgivable. Look at what a sick job Smite did with their own interpretation. It's not hard. Koi Dao, who does the English voice for Albedo, also demanded better representation. If a game draws so heavily from real-world cultures and bases a character on the supreme deity of Yoruba religion, and that character ends up looking like pale Sasuke Batman, people are absolutely within their rights to demand better representation, especially when said game has, quote, a clearly stated commitment to a global audience. I hope you all keep making your voices heard, and I hope they listen. What's that?
I don't know where MiHoYo, which is the creators of Genshin, I don't know where in their mission statement they said that they're committed to a global audience. They are not. For sure, they are not.
Zeno Robinson, the English voice actor for Setos, commented on the shades of melanin. And I just love this. Like, what you have done, the way that you've responded to this, is ensure that how many African deities are there, first of all? And second of all, you've now confirmed that they will not make any more, right?
Right. Well, and on top of that, but when they use, like, Greek deities and shit like that, and then they blackwash them, they're fine with it.
Yes. In fact, it seems like May be the perfect time to bring in their favorite black deity,
Dindu?
Mr. Popo. I used to think Mr. Popo was a slave or a blackface character in the popular anime Dragon Ball Z. But after some digging, I realized Mr. Popo represented Mahakala, the god of time. Now it makes sense that Mr. Popo was also the guardian of the hyperbolic time chamber. Imagine that.
Yeah,
that's interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Can you believe it? Damn.
Well, the same thing, and I brought this up with my pickup Jinx. Like, they changed Jinx, and it's like, but they based Jinx off of, like, I forget which deity it was, but, like, they based Jinx off a deity or something in Japanese, like, folklore, and it's like, oh, it just so happened to coincide with, like, a negative stereotype in fucking, what was it, like, 50s African American like
the minstrel shows or whatever.
Yeah. Like get up and it's like what?
Like I'm not just so we're clear, I'm not saying that the black community has zero reason to be upset about it.
Yes.
Like just so we're 100% clear here.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is that you've created a scenario where they're damned if they do or damned if they don't. So don't be surprised when they stop catering to you. So Zena Robinson said, if even your base audience, the Chinese fans, are asking for better representation or character with different shades of melanin, the Chinese are not asking for that. The Chinese are among the most racist to Africans, right? Like they hate and they like racism flies there in ways that even your most ardent white supremacist in the West would faint at, right? Like
like the fact that these characters are white to begin with, and this isn't the first time this happened. We've covered this like a year ago or 2 years ago with Sumeru when Sumeru was coming out, and they were all bitching and whining, you know, about the African Egyptian-esque country. Also, people bitched and whined about that because all the characters were white, and so it's like, okay, you're gonna complain about this for all of 2-3 weeks and then promptly forget about it.
Oh yes, just wait. And Yako, the English voice of Raiden Shogun, also shared her thoughts. I really hope that a video game company listens to its fan base when valid criticism is made multiple years in a row about the execution of its research and inclusion of stupid aspects of other cultures. In 2021, MiHoYo released a video clip for Genshin Impact that showed a person believed to be a Native American dressed in a typical tribal clothing as the player's enemy race, Hilichurls? Hilichurls, that sounds terrible. Performing dances and rituals.
They're the Macablins of Genshin. They just can't call them like Macablin.
And the in-game story and dialogue described them as ignorant and uneducated, which prompted over 10,000 posts questioning the depiction of the race. Let's keep going. Genshin fans be like, they whitewashed Obama.
All right. Whoa, the white Obama though is cursed. Did you see that?
Say what?
The white Obama. Look at that.
That is cursed.
Damn, he's whiter than Trump.
So I didn't realize until just now, but this isn't the same character that they were complaining about in the other article, huh?
No.
Who is this one?
This is a different character from the same region that's coming out.
Man. People are so butthurt.
They are.
Wow.
Oh, that's cursed.
So when I was talking before about the character in the Netflix Terminator, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to the hair. It's like the white guy hair, right?
Yeah.
But it's on the black guy, and it just looks out of place and weird. I'm not saying that black men can't have straight hair, but it always looks weird when they do. I love the Dave Chappelle when he's playing a white guy, and he's got like the combed over like news anchor hair. All right, moving on from here. What do we got in chats? Anything new? Oh, Kason is a VTuber. Oh. Headcanon still says I was second pussy all day. Representation is for bigots. Oh, saying otherwise is like saying voice actor means having a deaf woman voice as a deaf character. Oh, wait, that happened. Okay. Even Japanese content should be Japanese content as it is. You're the really clear it is, despite not being like me. Fantasy is never related to reality. I mean, sometimes it is.
I will say.
Yeah, give me 1 second, guys.
One. I will say that it does kind of fucked with my immersion a little bit. You know, when they all are white and they're from like the Egyptian or African region,
Right.
or a region that is based off of like, you know, that is clearly based or taking inspiration from these types of regions. It does kind of mess with my like that immersion, that sense of like, oh wow, they're all white. The same way, you know, when it's like Ariel's black a little bit, it's just like, wow, that's. Whereas this is like, they clearly did it for different reasons with Ariel, and then they're doing it for different reasons for the Chinese audience. Yeah. It's like nobody's gonna really like roll for the. Like, China's not going to be happy with the black characters, like, genuinely black characters. And it's like, no. We're not touching that. So.
Jeez, I cannot believe how hot it is in there. All right.
But,
get this a little closer. How do I sound?
But at the end of the day, you look at the characters and it's like, oh, okay, well, they're all from China. So it's like, what are you going to do?
Okay. Hoyoverse is replacing Honkai Star Rail voice actor Chris Niosi after previous admissions to emotionally abusing his ex-girlfriend have resurfaced. Huh. Wow. It's almost like when you apologize and bow down to cancel culture, they get to control your life forever. Is that what I'm experiencing here? That's unbelievable. Damn.
Who'd have thought?
So, Honkai Star Rail, is it Honkai or Honkai?
Honkai.
Honkai?
Star Rail.
It's a dumb name. Honkai Star Rail developer Hoyoverse announced it will replace English voice actor Chris Niosi after he stepped away from the role following his previous admission to emotionally abusing his ex-girlfriend resurfaced. The official Twitter account for Honkai Star Rail announced Niosi would be the voice actor for its upcoming character Mose? I don't know, who knows? Earlier this month. Honkai Star Rail is Chinese, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So I don't know how to pronounce any of this shit. If I get it wrong, it's not my fault. Some people are silent because they have no desires. Some are silent because they have no thoughts. I am silent only because I do not wish to speak. Wow. Wow, you cast him for this role? Wow.
He's actually talked quite a bit, surprisingly, in the event that I'm doing. He's talking quite a bit, and I'm like, oh yeah, they haven't replaced his voice. Well, you're going to sound fucking different when I play the game next.
Yeah. A number of responses to the post resurfaced Niosi's 2019 admission that he emotionally abused his ex-girlfriend. In a now deleted post, Niosi's ex-girlfriend, Amy, accused Niosi of being an emotionally abusive asshole. Niosi admitted to these allegations, writing in part, regardless of my intentions, my reasoning, my explanations, it does not change the fact that I was emotionally abusive to you and left lasting damage on you. It haunts me that I did this to you. He later reiterated, quote, if I had not been explicit and open enough in all of this, I will reiterate, I was an emotionally abusive asshole to you, a person who I claimed to love. I committed thoughtless and ignorant actions against you through our entire relationship, and I am sorry beyond all imagination for how I made you feel. It's amazing that all it really takes, you can be all of those things as long as you continue to toe the line of this group, and they'll let it all slide, as seen with Ron Toya, right? Like, as long as you don't ever have a take that they disagree with, you're fine, you know? But you're a slave to them forever because you have to toe that line. So in a separate post that is still public, Niosi stated, quote, I have horribly mistreated and abused friends, colleagues, and even my significant others. It is time that I addressed each and every one of those people and responded to their feelings with individual apologies for what I have done to hurt them. It sounds so awful when you say it without like naming specifically what the actions were. You know what I mean? Following the resurfacing of his admissions, Niosi chose to step down. Oh, okay, so he chose to step down. Huh. So he chose to step
or
down.
Or
but
it could have been the company. It could have been whatever company that
Definitely
hires
could.
him to, maybe you should step down.
Monday morning, I asked my agent to let MiHoYo know that I have made the difficult decision to step down from the role of Mose in Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, seems strange, right? Because realistically, you'd think that if he was, really broken up, like, first of all, this has absolutely no reason to affect his role. Number one, if he was like legitimately, making amends or whatever, why specifically just this role? You know what I mean? Why not end your entire voice acting career? You know what I mean? Like, this almost seems like I'm going to try to make penance or whatever. Just kind of throw it out there, try to make penance for my actions. I'll pay a little lip service, show them I'm stepping down from a character I basically already did all the lines for, and then hopefully they let it slide again. Because that's seemingly what's happened since 2019 is like he didn't give up voicing Reagan, even in the season when Kyle McCarley stopped voicing Mom, right? This just seems like there's an ulterior reason for him stepping out of this role. I mean, it's a whole different story if they specifically ask him to not come back, right? Obviously, in that case, it's because we don't want you associated with our brand after the stuff came out and all that, you know what I mean? But in this case,
and I keep forgetting that this is the fucker who voices Reagan too. Yeah, yeah.
It's the only role I know he does off the top of my head.
Yeah.
He then shared a lengthier statement explaining his decision. Quote, having spent the last week reading the comments from the community, I cannot in good faith continue in a role that would cause undue pain for so many people, especially those I have hurt in the past. Fucking who? How many ex-girlfriends do you have? One? One girl, Amy? Like, she is the voice of the entire community here? He continued, while none of my actions have ever been criminal, I know that my decisions in the past continue to harm the people I was once close to, and while I have worked in the industry without incident for the past few years, I understand that I have more work to do before the public feels comfortable with my stepping into a role of this scope. And doing that work means making the difficult decision to let another actor don the hood. Whoever that actor may be, I please know that I genuinely wish that, good job. Whoever that may be, please know that I genuinely wish them nothing but the best. While I understand the harassment and death threats I've personally received, I would ask that you please show grace to those who have believed in me or simply interacted with me in the past. My actions are not theirs, and their support then is part of what has inspired and allowed me to take this decision today. To make this decision. Yes, he went on, quote, I know there are people whose trust I have irrevocably broken. I know there are people whose justifiable pain and anger cannot be healed. But please know that I remain committed to the lifelong work of rehabilitating myself into a better person. I have continued to pursue therapy and medical interventions. I have continued to study, to learn, and to grow. My progress is not always perfect, but my commitment to the progress is unwavering. I am proud of the changes I have made, and I hope that with time, some of you will come to recognize those changes too. He concluded, quote, I'll be taking a break from social media, but before I do, I want to thank you for taking the time to read my words, whatever you think of me, and to MiHoYo, thank you for allowing me to be a part of one of your fantastic universes, even for just a moment. The official Honkai Star Rail account announced earlier this morning that Neosi will be replaced and his lines will be updated in the future. It wrote, quote, hello, Trailblazers. The English voice artist, Chris Neosi, for the character Mose, and his voice lines will be updated in later versions. Why do you even need to make a statement? Just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Why do companies feel the need to do this?
Well, there are times where, like, so since we are talking about Star Rail, there have been other voice actors who've been replaced just randomly, and it's like, where the fuck did they go? Like, type of. because people do notice. People do notice that, hey, this voice changed. MiHoYo, what happened? Like,
yeah, but that's not a question that needs to be answered by the company.
True.
You know, like it can be inconvenient to the fans, but you know what's more inconvenient is airing dirty laundry out and about for everybody.
Yeah.
Like that makes everybody have to know nonsense that they would have otherwise been better off not knowing, you know? And it also turns it into like some culture war issue over cancel culture and whatnot to have to bring that into the involvement of it. Look, if you're going to cancel somebody because their controversy is too spicy for your game, I get it, right? I understand if you have to get rid of people. That makes sense. But you don't have to then explain to everybody that's a fan of your game why you let them go. Like most of the people playing the game didn't know or care about any of this. And a great deal of them probably wouldn't even notice the voice changed. You know what I mean?
I mean, to a certain extent. Like, because there's a lot of people asking where did the other voices go? Because again, like random voices just got replaced. Like they replaced a character who's on the banner right now, and it's like she got replaced by the girl the woman who does Alya from Spy Family, and it's like, okay, what happened to the old voice? Like, so I would argue that there are quite a few people who do care, because it is jarring when you hear a completely different voice.
Well, yeah, if it's completely different. Like when we watched season 2 of Shield Hero, I braced myself for the fact that Billy Kametz died.
Right.
And who's the guy who replaced him? It was Yang Ya. Was that who it was?
No.
Who was it?
Stephen Fu?
Stephen Fu, yeah. Stephen Fu did such a fucking good job. It almost hurt more. That he was able to capture the voice of Naofumi so well that it actually made it like it was bittersweet. Because on the one hand, like we lost Billy Kametz to was it leukemia?
Cancer.
Colon cancer. Colon cancer, right? So we lost, you know, one of the best voice actors who's come into the industry in recent years to a tragedy. And he also seemed like just a fucking amazing stand-up guy the entire time he was dying of it, you know, and knew that he wasn't going to make it and everything. We were rooting for him on the podcast every week, just hoping that that he'd come out the other side, even though the like survival rate was like 1% or some shit. But then seeing Stephen Fu just effortlessly seemed to come in here and match the style and like there was like one. I think the only thing he didn't do as well was like the aggressive yelling. Was the only thing where it's like he's not quite hitting it, but the fact that he's so fucking close is unbelievable, right? So people are capable of mimicking the voice to a degree.
Yeah.
That you wouldn't necessarily be able to notice. If I didn't know Billy Kametz died, I would not have noticed there was a change.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know. I just think it's ridiculous. And I hope that eventually we live in a world where this nonsense doesn't need to exist. Look.
Right. Well, and it's weird, too. Like you mentioned earlier, like this is like private stuff. Why in the world does he need to lose his job or a job specifically?
And none of the shit like, oh, I was an abusive asshole. Like literally being an abusive asshole and not like expanding further on that, I think gives people an inaccurate understanding of what allegations were levied against him. If I recall correctly, I don't remember exactly when it was. I think it was like podcast like 104 or something like that. It was like over 100 episodes ago. We talked about this, but I didn't like it was between the Vic stuff and everything. It was just too much to open that can of worms. So we didn't really give it the due that was necessary, right? And at the time, I kind of regret not diving deeper into this because from what I recall, the shit he was accused of was mostly funny. Like it was like it kind of a dick thing to do, but in a way that it was like, this guy doesn't give a fuck about anything. Like it was actually humorous, right? Now, granted, when you're actually in a relationship with somebody who does not care, right, and is so self-absorbed to the point where, like, one of the allegations that was made was that a girl who was accusing him was not even his girlfriend. It was a girl who lived in the same place that he and his girlfriend were staying at some time, and accused him of having sex with his girlfriend and then walking past the bathroom and just tossing the condom in, not even aiming for the trash can, right? And I'm just like, I'm sorry, but that's fucking funny. Like, I mean, if you were the person who owned the house where some asshole threw a condom and it like stuck to your mirror, or whatever, yes, I understand being upset about it. I understand that that's an asshole thing to do, but when you read about it, that's just fucking funny, you know?
Right.
And it was stuff like that, you know?
That would be an R-rated comedy, easy.
Yeah, and the most egregious thing that people were so bent out of shape over was the fact that his parents were wealthy, and therefore he would complain about life being hard, and like he didn't even know how hard life was. Like everything was handed to him on a silver platter, and he had the gall to ask for money when he'd order pizza for people. And it's like, Jesus Christ, get over your fucking self. Oh, I'm so sorry you weren't born into a rich family like he was. Like, fucking get over your. Like, I'm actually more disgusted based on the jealousy in the post trying to tear him down and cancel him and ruin him than I am about the action he took.
I feel like it takes a special kind of person to just not let go of something like that. Yeah. Like, if it happened to me, I'd be like, oh, I remember that guy. Yeah, he was kind of an asshole or whatever. Yeah. Like, but it's not something I would actively want to post on the internet. Like, it's just, it doesn't interest me. Like, why would I even remember or
and
even
that's the thing.
To bring
that is largely the thing. He would not have even endured this had Vic not already been going through something very similar. Because of the cancel culture coming after Vic in 2019 is the reason that his girlfriend, and not even his girlfriend, because she wasn't even the one who really led this campaign. It was that Lashik girl, that one girl who then later came out recently against Little Kuribo, and then immediately backtracked and said, "Oh, it turns out it was somebody else who gave me a false sense of you, and actually you're cool." Right? It was that girl who's a shit stirrer who decided to come out and try to cancel him. And the only reason she felt emboldened and able to do that is because of what was happening to Vic at the time. And she was also, trying to tag in on the Vic drama and stuff. Like, it was a completely cunt thing to do. Like, absolutely. The entire reason that Chris Niosi was seeing any negative press about this at all is because of one girl who decided she wanted to get in on the action that other people were getting when they were chasing clout coming after Vic.
Because here's the thing, like, this whole situation is like, well, if it was that bad, you would have reported it to the police. If it was genuinely criminal activity.
As he said, nothing he did was criminal, and most of the stuff that he did wasn't even, like, outrageous. Like, human beings are flawed, and they're not always going to act in the ways, like, you can't please every person all of the time.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it is undoable. And he found himself, seemingly from what I read, and maybe at some point, like, this might have been a good time to do it, but unfortunately I just don't have all the stuff pulled up on hand. He may, at some point we might want to revisit this, and just kind of like really come back to it. Because I think when we did it, I was like taking my mother-in-law to the airport or whatever that day before the podcast. I didn't have time to read it, and we just kind of decided as we pulled it up, like, I don't have energy for this, let's not, But I had read the majority of it ahead of time and saw, like, the stuff about throwing the condom and everything. And again, I would be as upset if that occurred in my own home. Don't get me wrong. I understand it's disgusting and degenerate behavior, but it's not the same thing as what they're describing and leaving up to interpretation when they say he was an abusive asshole. Because he wasn't an abusive asshole to his girlfriend when he had sex with her and then tossed the condom in the other girl's bathroom. Right?
Fire the hole.
Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. Well, maybe we'll revisit it in the future, but I think it's ridiculous, and I really feel he should not have apologized. And I feel like they're going to hoist this over his head for indefinitely in the future, right? And I feel like the only reason he would even be willing, because he's had all sorts of drama. He ironically, he's lost quite a few roles, right? He lost the male Byleth in Fire Emblem, right? Because I think in that regard, he talked about it while he was under NDA and got revoked for that reason or something. And like, I guess he has a history of doing that, about not being able to stay quiet about the roles he gets. And I guess partially because his family's well off or whatever, losing a role isn't so egregious to him that like he needs them to survive kind of thing. I don't know. And again, that is largely the reason so many of his peers despise him. And they are fucking jealous over the fact that he's not suffering as much as they are, or that he's had opportunities they haven't had, And I mean, he's not like the greatest voice actor on the planet, but he isn't by any stretch of the imagination bad at it, Anyway, let's look at the next thing here. So on top of everything else we've covered, I find this hilarious, right? So we just read all of the stuff about the whitewashing and how much the voice actors were, partially offended by it. Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse boycotters rage and promise to escalate efforts after companies' revenue increases nearly 10% despite their boycott. They are some kind of mad. Genshin Impact and Hoyoverse boycotters are not happy with the developers' revenue increase nearly 10% despite their ongoing.
Yeah, they were so happy with their 10K. What was it? 10K. What's those stupid things? Petitions. They got a 10K signed petition, and it's like, yay, we did it. We're strong.
We did it. And everybody who signed doesn't play the game already. According to Gacha Revenue, Hoyoverse's newly released game, Zenless Zone Zero, raked in a total of $99.8 million in revenue for the month of July. It also brought in $40.3 million from Honkai Star Rail and another $37.3 million from Genshin Impact. Between the three games, Hoyoverse grossed $177.4 million. In comparison, Hoyoverse grossed a total of $163 million between Honkai Star Rail and Genshin Impact in June. Thus, the company saw its revenues increase 8.8% between June and July. If you go back to May, it looks even better. Hoyoverse $144 million between Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail. July's grosses are 23% higher than May. Despite the boycott clearly not having any effect whatsoever, boycotters are doubling down and promise to escalate their tactics. So this Twitter user said, "We're just getting started. The boycott isn't going anywhere until we achieve our goals. We will keep escalating until Hoyoverse stop whitewashing and provide authentic representation in their games." Meanwhile, Hoyoverse is saying to themselves, yeah, we got all these people boycotting us, but actually our revenue's up, so maybe we could just continue to ignore them? Yeah, that sounds right.
Yeah, it's that one meme of that British actor. I can't remember what his name is, but like, he's like, oh no. Dear, oh no.
Anyway.
Right?
That's, what's it, Jeremy Clarkson or whatever?
I think maybe.
Is that who that is?
One of the guys from Top Gear.
Yeah, Heartbringer Girls posted, "Remember to keep boycotting and talking about the petition. Hashtag representation matters. Hashtag boycott Hoyoverse." Wow. The petition, which currently has over 104,000 signatures. Oh my God. There's that many people not playing Genshin Impact, and I didn't even sign it.
Sorry, when I said 10K, I meant 100K. They got 100K signatures.
Explains why these individuals are boycotting. It states, quote, "We call on MiHoYo to stop cultural appropriation and whitewashing in their games and to commit to respectful and accurate representations of all cultures." It continues, MiHoYo, a leading game development company, has repeatedly taken inspiration from indigenous cultures without proper representation and respect. Believe it or not, it is not against the law to take inspiration. There actually is no collective ownership of culture. if you can believe it. In particular, the many characters from Sumeru and Natlan in Genshin Impact and from Penacony in Honkai Star Rail are all clearly white or only lightly tanned at best, with the exception of some enemy NPCs, which has sparked concerns of racism among players and indigenous communities. Next, it declares, cultural appropriation and whitewashing perpetuate harmful stereotypes and diminish the rich cultural heritage of indigenous communities. These practices not only misrepresent cultures, but also contribute to ongoing marginalization and disrespect. It then issues a list of demands. MiHoYo, you need to engage with indigenous cultural consultants. Sweet babying style, huh? Revise existing content to ensure accurate representation and commit to creating diverse and inclusive characters. On top of this petition, a Twitter account called HYV Boycott also declares, quote, I think it's safe to say that we have all had enough of the erasure of our cultures and identities. Today, I introduce you all to the Boycott Hoyoverse. We will be an account sharing how you can boycott. Spread the word. Anything helps. Do you need an account to just say don't play games made by Hoyoverse? Wow. There you go. That's it. Like, what else are you going to do? Create little memes and post them? The account adds, there has been a distinct lack of darker skin tones represented in the game. Characters from these cultures are actively being heavily referenced, but are being whitewashed. This is especially noticeable and ever present in not only Sumeru and Natlan, but also in other nations. I mean, the Hoyoverse boycott account is doing one thing right, in that I still don't care to play the games at all. So at least there's that. These practices not only misrepresent said cultures, but also contribute to the ongoing marginalization and disrespect that is perpetuating colorism further in the media, causing even more harm than good to communities and groups of individuals who are part of them. It's funny, like, why don't you just make your own games, right? Is it because that one that they did, what's his name, Zeno Robinson was in, tanked hardcore? A couple of the boycotters have shared responses they've received from Hoyoverse. Twitter user Haunted Faye, who has apparently deleted his account, originally posted on July 12th a message he received from MiHoYo informing him that the game is fictional. It said, touch grass, right? The user posted, Genshin is not real life. Genshin Impact. What kind of response is this when a player submits feedback about racism and colorism? Embarrassing, unprofessional behavior from a company of grown-ups and supposed mature, well-read developers. Hashtag why are they white, Hoyo? This reaction was made in response to MiHoYo informing him, quote, please be kindly reminded that Genshin Impact is a work of fiction and is not related to actual people, events, groups, or organizations. We do really hope for your understanding. That's hilarious. We notice the people ask representation are in a cult most of the time, definitely. More recently, Twitter user Cavinator claimed that a canned response was a victory. The user wrote, quote, this is the response I got from Hoyoverse. I do think they're being careful with their words now because of the backlash. Don't let Hoyoverse get away with it, guys. Boycott Hoyoverse. Why are they white, Hoyo? The message from Hoyoverse states, quote, thank you for contacting us. We really appreciate your feedback. To update you, we have recorded your opinions and forwarded them to the appropriate team. If you have any other suggestions about our game, you can also feel free to share them by opening Paimon menu and clicking feedback suggestion box. Wish you a joyful journey. Wow. That's hilarious. Who would have thought companies aren't bending over backwards to be with, oh, look, Randy's here. Hello, Randy.
Coming at the first light on the 5th day.
Oh.
Look to the east.
Okay. Well, where were you when the OCA podcast called for aid, Foodnum? All right. Anyway, quick update here. So Ubisoft rejects request to remove stolen Japanese reenactment group banner from Assassin's Creed Shadows art book. Claims files have already been deleted. So quick recap here. As previously reported, the Sekigahara Rifle Corps is a Japanese reenactment group dedicated primarily to teaching the public about the use of matchlock rifles during the Battle of Sekigahara, a historically significant conflict whose outcome marked the beginning of the Tokugawa shogunate's centuries-long rule over Japan. Much to the group's surprise, upon the reveal of Assassin's Creed Shadows' first batch of promotional materials, they discovered that Ubisoft had wholesale swiped their custom banner as flown during their reenactments and depicted it in-game as being flown by a random infantry unit. Following outcry from both players and the SRC themselves, Ubisoft would eventually offer a direct apology to the group for their blatant theft. In turn, the group not only accepted Ubisoft's apology, so this threw me for a loop. I don't remember them accepting the apology. We'll see what that probably means in a second.
They kind of did.
But also agreed to allow the unaltered concept art featuring their banner to be included in Assassin's Creed Shadows Collector's Edition art book. So this was the apology. I think this is where the explanation of them accepting the apology came from. We have been notified that the flag of the Sekigahara Teppotai, or the Rifle Corps, or Corps, I guess it would be, has been used without permission in 2 pieces of Assassin's Creed Shadows concept art that have already been released. We have given the dev team an opportunity to apologize and have accepted the situation. I think that that's this weird translation from the Japanese is why they think, okay, so we gave the dev team an opportunity to apologize and they accepted the situation. Did the dev team accept that they needed to apologize? Did the other team, the Sekigahara Rifle Corps, accept the apology? Is that what that means? With the exception of the artwork being included in the art book in the collector's edition, there will be no further use or distribution of the artwork. We sincerely apologize for this matter.
No, however, there's a statement from the Rifle Corps that basically said they're fine.
Well, the Rifle Corps said that people have asked us to sue, and to be honest, while we would be open to that, we're not a for-profit thing. We don't have the funds to take them to court, and they basically kind of said, we're going to let it go because we don't have a recourse, right? So this year, however, just 3 days later, a member of the Sekigahara Rifle Corps would reveal that, quote, "We had another discussion with the Sekigahara Rifle Corps, and we have asked Ubisoft to remove the pictures used in the art book of the collector's edition. I don't know if this is possible, but I have contacted them through support." Unfortunately for the group, per the members' own tweet history, rather than receiving any assistance from Ubisoft, they would instead be met with roughly 2.5 weeks of complete radio silence. On July 28th, Ubisoft finally got back to the above Sekigahara Rifle Corps members' messages. But instead of offering help, the member claims he was instead met with a range of excuses from Ubisoft as to why his request for the banner's removal could not be accommodated. For the most obvious reasons you can imagine. They already printed the books. Ubisoft obviously, given the extent of the backlash, would have already painted out that part of the image and included it in the book, or just removed the image altogether from the book if they had not already printed them all. I think it's hilarious that what's actually occurred here is that Ubisoft now has potentially thousands of these books that they are not going to sell because nobody is pre-ordering this game at that level. It's overpriced. They're overcharging for the content that they're providing generally at Ubisoft, and now they're in a situation where, of course, we're not going to scrap the books and reprint them. Nobody's pre-ordered them anyway. it would be a disaster to go to that expense, right? So they said, I have received a call from Ubisoft for support today. The content is as follows. I have printed it out, so I can't delete it now. That's the translation. I think they mean we've already printed the books, so we can't remove the image from the books, right? It is difficult to distinguish the text from the image, meaning like, well, you can't really tell in the image what it says, right? Which is true, right? That's definitely their banner. It's in more than just this image, but it is pretty hard to tell in Ubisoft's defense. We have deleted the image from the system managed by Ubi Software. I am sorry that I could not meet your request. I apologize for not being able to fulfill your request. Their attempts to work with Ubisoft directly have gone nowhere. The group has since taken to reaching out to Assassin's Creed Shadow's Japanese developer Square Enix for help. Since it seems like we would not be able to make progress with Ubi Software alone, we contacted Square Enix, the company that will be distributing the game in Japan, for support. So that's where we are at in this saga so far. And
I mean, the game will come out and it's gonna, do numbers and everybody's gonna forget. I hope that it doesn't. I hope that it doesn't do very well.
I don't think it's going to do well. So as Mark Kern has been saying, this and Star Wars Outlaws are the two games that they need to succeed, or the company is in dire straits. Both of those games are falling flat on their face because seemingly due to DEI. And again, just so we're clear, there's nothing wrong with having diverse people work on your game. It's when you sacrifice merit to fill a quota of diversity that it starts to become a problem, right? Like we've talked about this numerous times. When I was in art school studying, game art and animation and whatnot, there were two distinctly different people of African American lineage, one of which was one of the greatest artists I've ever met, who went on to work at Kojima Productions. And the other one had been in school for like 5 years before I got there and was still in classes that were in my very first quarter of class, right? And that guy, so far as I know, might still be there, to be honest. I don't know. It's one of the things where a lot of people at that school, they were arguing, you never have to pay off your student loans if you stay a student forever, right? Like,
oh, God.
I'm like, brilliant strategy. Let's see how that works out for you. Anyway, into
you want to go over the comments?
We've got this. Sir, this is a Wendy's. Why name a game? LOL, what? Why name a game?
Elaborate.
Yeah, please explain.
Did you you were the one that shared the thing about the Star Wars game where she like backhands the stormtrooper?
Pull that up. Oh god, that looks fucking. Oh, it's so bad. Like, let me.
Like, what's the point of a helmet if it can take a backhand and just die?
Yeah, let me just find that. I've got it right here. Oh man, I share a lot of shit, don't I?
So sorry I missed when you got back, Randy. I was making another quesadilla because I like the first one so much.
You think I know about the first one?
No, but I'm just saying that's why I was gone.
It's all right. You abandoned us for the Battle of Helm's Deep. I get it. I get it.
How was?
Apparently, it's not in that channel.
Sorry, Reese.
I'm searching in the. I'm a fucking idiot.
I was just saying, how was Lord of the Rings?
It's good.
All right, here it is. IGN thinks slapping a stormtrooper on the back of the head is an immersive takedown experience. What is even the point of having a helmet?
Yeah. You see that dust that come off of it? Like, what the hell is that?
Backhanding the helmet is enough to knock you out.
What's that helmet stopping anyway?
Right? Terrible.
Is it out of paper mache?
Yeah, I've seen, like, we haven't covered this just because, like,
this is so.
This is the first podcast I have done since I moved back to California where I have not been super stressed out about just trying to fit everything in. You know, doing 3 podcasts over the past week has been such a godsend for my mental health to get to the point where I can actually do one that we're just like hanging out and having fun instead of like, I need to get us through this. We have to get through this topic and that topic just because there's too much shit open on my laptop. Like, for example, my current max concurrent tabs is 1,056 tabs, right? So, but yeah, we haven't really bothered to cover this, but I've seen a lot of shit about it. Like, it just, the AI in this game is horrendously bad. Stormtroopers literally just shooting directly into a wall because the target is around the corner, and like the AI thinks it can hit them, so it's shooting straight into the wall instead of going around the corner first. Just like shit like that. Like, this is a disaster of this game.
Well, I mean, I guess it is canon for stormtroopers not to be able to hit anything.
Old man says the Force is female. Backhands a stormtrooper. I have some more stuff I could show regarding it, but let's not. Anyway, so in Right Stuff / Crunchyroll news, there's nothing new. So we're going to move right past that, and instead we shall talk about AnimEigo licensing Time of Eve and Full Moon no Sagashite, which, holy shit, like, I'm hyped for that. First, I'm going to take a leak, though, because it's come upon me quite rapidly that I need to pee.
Could have done that before you started the timestamp. would have been more practical, I think.
Well, you can have this timestamp be AC goes to pee.
Oh man, you know how you see things out of the corner of your eyes sometimes, and then you actually look at it and it's like, oh, that's not what I thought it was. This little picture here right beside me of the girl making like pulling the eyes.
Yeah.
I didn't see that was a face. I thought that was her chest, and I thought that was something else happened in that picture. I was like, what the fuck?
Get your mind out of the gutter, Randy.
I'm sorry. It's not my mind. It's peripheral vision and skin tones.
But you thought of it, so yes, it is your mind.
I don't know. I guess so. Maybe.
Greenland, are you still with us?
Yes.
All right. Sorry. So.
Okay, you got to restart the time.
Yeah, I will. I recently saw a like a Facebook reel or something, and I forget what show it was from. But like the sun and the moon are like in the sky, like alternating over and over again, and there's like people looking up like, what the fuck? It's day, now it's night, now it's day again. What is going on? And it says the caption is autistic people when they get invested in a project or whatever. Like, you just lose all sense of time, and all of a sudden it's nighttime this day, you know, all that kind of shit. And I was thinking, like, shit, I relate to that way too much. And then I was just thinking just now, like, you know what I really relate to is like, is this an autistic thing where you don't realize you have to pee until you stand up? Like, you have zero sensation. You're so enthralled in whatever you're doing. But the second you stand up, you're like, oh shit, gotta go. like my wife all the time will come home from like shopping for groceries or whatever, and she'll ask me to come help her get groceries out of the car.
And then,
Yeah,
as
sure.
soon as you get up,
Stand up. Wait. Oh shit! They run to the bathroom first, and then I was like, it's like,
and she's already done.
already
by
like
the
got
time you get
all
out.
of them in her hands. Like, why didn't you wait? Is you were right behind me. Where'd you go? All right, back to this. So AnimEigo licenses Time of Eve, Full Moon no Sagashite, right? So they got, as we talked about last podcast, or actually I think the podcast before last, about the Kickstarter that they're about to launch for the Blu-ray of Dagger of Kamui. And then they got Time of Eve. And again, AnimEigo is just media OCD anime, right? Time of Eve Complete Collection, which includes the movie edition and the original ONA series.
Yep.
I think we've had 2 releases of it by now, right? Is that not correct? This would be the 3rd.
Yeah, like I think they had the standard edition and then the collector deluxe edition, which came with the soundtrack.
How come Time of Eve doesn't have?
It was a Kickstarter originally from Pied Piper.
Yeah, I have every version of it that was released so far as I know.
Yeah.
So this I've not sat down and watched a single one, but I've heard good things. So this,
good.
Yeah, so this will be which is linked to Crunchyroll.
Whatever.
Are you asking what's our affiliate link? Because if you are, it's in the description of the video. It's always there. There's the one that'll take you to Mashal, and then there's the one further. Actually, I think the one further down is is not. Let me grab it for you.
One's Tenga.
Yeah, I'll put it in the.
Oh wait, is that in the? Can we have the Tenga link in the description?
Here, I'll post it in the chat right now. Support us by shopping here. The link to the Blu-ray. Oh, I don't think it's listed yet. Otherwise, we would have covered it on in that section of the when we went over our rights stuff news. Yeah. Anyway, I'm very surprised that Time of Eve doesn't appear to have an encyclopedia entry on Anime News Network here.
I'm pretty sure it does. I just didn't link it.
Of course, what I meant is, obviously they have one. I'm surprised they didn't hype it. So there's the complete collection and the import Blu-ray. This is for the ONA. And then there's the movie and the light novel, which has an alternate retelling, apparently. The movie is on... Shit, that's expensive.
There's no
so the complete collection Blu-ray
there's actually no listing on Amazon for the.
So the complete collection. Oh, this is the one that's coming out December 2024.
Yeah.
So Time of Eve. Okay, hold on. So is this one? I have this one. Was this the one that was the Kickstarter?
No, that's the import sub only. Because the Kickstarter had the dub. Oh no, this is the. Hold on. What is
You know
this,
what we'll do?
ONA? Oh, the ONA. Okay, yeah. I don't
let me
think
go
the
to
ONA ever came on disc over here.
Let me go over here and look at the one I have.
Unless you got like the import.
I didn't fund the
Kickstarter.
I got it after. So
yeah,
maybe I'm wrong.
So the deluxe edition from Pied Piper I bought on Right Stuff was movie only.
Okay, so I have the movie and the ONA. The ONA is the one we were just looking at, according to the image I'm looking at here. And the movie is got to be this one. That's not what it looks like on mine. But this is the Pied Piper, so that would make sense.
Yeah. Go back.
Okay.
So that's the standard. Go back. That's the standard edition. Go back to the deluxe, to the other one. International Deluxe Edition. Up one. That one.
I have that one.
Yeah, that's the one I have too.
Interesting. But this one only comes with the movie,
and soundtrack.
Pale Cocoon OAV,
and aquatic
and
language.
a special, which are not the ONAs.
No. They're completely different short films by the director guy. And he actually had to search for one of them because it was like an Easter egg in the menus.
All right, so the bottom line is that it's a good thing we're going to get the...
Finally getting the ONAs.
Yeah, we're getting them in a collection together.
Yeah.
Are they dubbed, both of them, or just
No,
the movie?
the ONAs are sub only.
Yeah.
Like
ONA,
the
of
movies,
course, meaning
movies,
original net animation.
Yeah. The ONAs were basically stitched together with some linking animation to make the movie. So the movie is the complete story.
Mm. Anyway, so they got that. And then much more importantly, they also are going to be releasing all 52 episodes on Blu-ray for Full Moon no Sagashite. I never thought I would see the day, to be honest. I have this show. I bought all the DVDs that Viz Media released, which is like 5, maybe 7? I don't remember. Actually, I guess we could just look. Fucking goddamn you. I have to
Hold on, go back up to the first article or the first paragraph.
Okay, yes. Nice. Okay, got it. All right, so Full Moon no Sagashite, which is written. The English title just takes the W out. Okay. So I don't know why you couldn't just call it Searching for the Full Moon, right? Like, very strange. Anyway, it had, 7 DVDs. How many episodes got released by Viz? 25 through 28.
So not even the full series.
No, not even, right? They did dub it. If I recall, right? I haven't watched the spoken language is English, Japanese, and English subtitles.
What if AnimEigo gets Monster? Oh.
Okay,
that would be awesome.
You are yes.
I'm thinking
yes.
I'm thinking a little bit higher than my pig.
So translate Reese's big brain thinking for anybody who's not following. Viz previously released Full Moon no Sagashite. That license has lapsed and gone to AnimEigo, which is Justin Sudeikis' company that he bought from Robert J. Wood. Viz also released Monster in a really sexy box set for the first 3 volumes, first 3 DVDs or whatever. You know, like basically part 1 of maybe 4 would have been, and then gave up releasing it because apparently the cost for the ending theme was too great. And so even though they dubbed every episode of Monster, they only put it to disc for the first part. And it is one of the most incredible series ever made and has never been released on disc because of dumb reasons. Because of some German band that wouldn't give them the right for less than an arm and a leg to release it in the US. So yes, I also PP quite big over the potential of what you've just described.
But yeah, it's probably be way too out of their price range.
Well, I don't know.
If it's even available for licensing.
If my company I'm launching next week takes off, I might anonymously donate the amount of money required to release that and also dub all of Lupin Part 2.
Didn't they just put Monster out on Netflix?
Did they? Because it was on Netflix
only?
for a while. And then
it is on Netflix currently, but sub only.
Anyway, hype for that. And then also apparently they're They're doing an Astro Res HD remaster of Bubblegum Crash, which is the Bubblegum Crisis OVA. When we did Bubblegum Crisis for Watch Club, did we also include Crash? I think we did. That was Eat It Kiss, that episode.
I didn't watch it.
I'm just trying to find out. I've got the spreadsheet over here. Oh, it just says Bubblegum Crisis. I didn't write down specifically. Interesting. I'd like to revisit it. I don't think it was podcast 22.
22?
Yeah. Which means if we'd have to go back to 21.
Or I could just go to the Watch Club doc.
Oh yeah, you can check
Watch
that
Club.
too.
Watch Club archives.
Podcast 21 has the Amazon link.
What's the date on that?
March 9th, 2018 for 21, and 22 was March 22nd, 2018. Anyway, Bubblegum Crash is not that good in terms of...
yeah, it was just Bubblegum Crisis.
Okay. Yeah, Bubblegum Crash is an OVA that honestly doesn't need to exist. It doesn't take any of the stuff that we really like about Bubblegum Crisis and expand on it. Anyway, in other news, we've also got so that's the acquisitions and whatnot for AnimEigo
that were announced last night.
Yeah, simultaneously, what's also basically all these are being done by Savakis and his team. Discotek revealed 25 new releases at Otakon. So I have a lovely document here we can look at. So they got Space Sheriff Scheider. Was this the one that was part of VR Troopers?
Yeah.
Okay. I recognize him.
Glad you're here, Randy.
For years, fans said it couldn't be done. We said, LOL, yes, it can. What was difficult about it being done?
I think it was just because VR Troopers, because the license for VR Troopers was out there, it clashed with this license. Just like Power Rangers versus Sentai, right?
What if we find out in their next announcement slate that they are also going to release VR Troopers?
I think they already did release VR Troopers.
Oh, did they?
No.
I don't think so. They released something else that looked like VR Troopers.
Which is just about every other tokusatsu show.
No, there's a specific look to it. This looks less like it than I even remember. They have another thing. I think what it probably is that VR Troopers is an amalgamation of more than one show. And they already released the other show.
Yeah. No, I'm thinking of Star Saber. Yeah.
Cool. Anything else here before I move on to the next one?
No.
Cool. Lupin the Third, the Italian game. If you haven't yet, I will encourage you to go check out my video because I saw this at Anime Expo in like 2017. I made a video about it. So it is sub only. That kind of makes sense. It's frustrating that they wouldn't do the dub. There isn't a dub of the Italian game, but the Italian game is 3 episodes of part 5. Part 4?
Part 4.
3 episodes of part 4.
With about a half an hour of original content to kind of link them all together.
Yeah. So it's mostly already dubbed in the sense that the footage they're using has already been dubbed. But because of part 4's unique situation with the Japanese and Italian cut, right, that has the different music and stuff, where the English dub is on the Italian version and the Japanese dub is on the Japanese version that has all the Yuji Ono music, it's just not possible to seamlessly cut them in unless Discotek already has the
Well, yeah, like they were saying when the whole thing came about, like they were willing to recut everything out of pocket just to get it, but the Japanese side said no, do not do that.
Yeah, and honestly, I've seen the movie. I just don't think it's better than experiencing it as the show.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed seeing it at Anime Expo. I had a very good time at this premiere, but I only had a good time, or I shouldn't say I only had a good. I had a particularly good time because I had not yet watched part 4, and so it was all new to me.
Airing at the time
Yeah.
when it originally premiered.
So, so I liked it, but I think it would be just as good to just watch part 4. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway,
Great to finally have all the TV specials. Finally, with this one.
Yeah.
And
I mean, I'm thrilled. And like I said, if I find that I am absurdly profitable, I will be giving Discotek money to fund the dubs, knowing that even if the show doesn't do well, I don't care because I'm willing to pay $50,000 just to have Loop on the third dub. That's how I choose to experience it.
$50,000, but yeah.
And I will waive the whatever the price is. I will waive that check in front of their face, saying, "You will not put a trigger warning on this disc."
Like after this, like the only major thing is the Lip on the Third versus Cat's Eye thing. That's on Amazon. And obviously, like upgrading the DVD only stuff that they still have.
Mm-hmm. So Mel Sparrow Ribbon says, "What Cartoon Network villain is real?" Cartoon Network villains. Cartoon Network is with Warner Brothers Discovery. Boy, I have no idea what you're trying to ask. Clearly, the Cartoon Network villain that's real is the sign for Cartoon Network that was sold on eBay recently. All right, moving on from here. Captain Harlock Space Pirate. So that's awesome. Like we're getting a Blu-ray cut of the old series. Isn't there a dub of this?
No, I don't think so.
At least a few episodes have a dub. I'm surprised to see that it only says in Japanese with English subtitles. It's the same upscale that was released in Japan.
There was, I don't think it was this one, but there was one show where they said a dub exists, but they couldn't get the license for it. I don't remember if that was this show or not.
I can't. I think it might have been a Giant Gorg, maybe.
So they previously released Dalos. Now they're
No, it was just no. I can't remember. Just
so we're clear. Cool 2T. The reason I want to pay for it to get dubbed is I want the OG cast to return. And I don't want them to dub it after half of them die or something.
The question is on what form? VHS, obviously.
Yeah. All right. So Mamoru Oshii's Dalos, right? Giant Gourd, which is in Japanese with English subtitles. So I think you're correct. I think this did get released with the dub on DVD back in the day. Also, we have Space Musketeer Bismarck.
This is the one. So this is based off of Saber Rider and the Star Sheriffs, which they have previously released. And what I was remembering was on this slide, they put in the little Star Sheriffs in the sky, or Saber Rider DVD or Blu-ray logo or cover on like over top of this slide. And so that's what I was picturing when I was picturing the VR Trooper thing, but it was for this.
Well, they did release a different live-action tokusatsu that looks like VR Troopers, in addition to your misremembering this part.
Yeah, that's coming later. Oh, well, they're doing
Spoilers.
They're releasing another one that looks like that, if that's what you're talking about.
By form, I mean the form of the VAs as in AI form. Well,
no.
I'll take it. I'll take it if I could get my Zenigata original. Also, Kamen Rider V3. Wow. I'm not sure how I feel about this. Like, now it's clearly a man in a suit versus this monstrosity. It's not a bug at all. I thought Franz Kafka was in there. I'm sorry. His name is Gregor Samsa in Metamorphosis. I don't know. The joke wouldn't have landed either way. Okay. Chie the Brat, the second TV series. How many TV series are there? I thought we had gotten all of them. Also, GTO.
The only one I'm excited for, personally.
Right?
Standard def.
Yeah, standard def, but
I'm
like
not thrilled about the standard def, but it's still an upgrade from where they were at.
Yeah.
So
This is what I was.
Was it Tokyo Pop that released the original DVD?
yes.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what it says on the thing.
Oh, does it? Okay.
They made the
Yeah.
dub.
And the vintage Tokyo Pop English dub. Cool.
That's one of the. I brought this up earlier, but they made such a big deal in the stream about, well, you know, the master. It was mastered digitally, you know, in standard def, and therefore we can't upscale it. There's like, it's impossible to upscale. Meanwhile, like, they've released how many AstroRes projects so far? Like, AstroRes it then. What, like, why are you giving me these excuses?
Hold on. So AstroRes, I think the reason this is difficult to upscale is due to the interlacing or whatever.
I mean, there's de-interlacing algorithms that you can run as well.
Yeah, I don't know. I imagine that. They would.
I can't imagine this standard def Blu-ray has interlacing problems.
I'm just saying. I imagine they would have made it. They would have made it full Blu-ray, like full HD instead of standard def on Blu-ray, if the testing that they would have run showed that it would be a good idea. I don't know. I've seen the show. I like the show. I would love to see it again for a watch club at some point. But yeah, it is sad that it's not going to be on Blu-ray, because definitely that it's not going to be HD, because that definitely would sweeten the deal, and this would sell like hotcakes. It'd be interesting to see if they release it on Blu-ray HD next year. You know, like after people buy this, like, oh, you guys like that? Okay, I guess we're gonna do a full Blu-ray. So now it's not on one single disc, you know. All right, and then we also have the AstroRes upscale for Digimon Adventure Part 2.
The Japanese language version, which was obviously coming.
They fucked you on the discs, though.
Yeah.
Why is that?
The image art for the discs was matching, for the most part, the Japanese release.
I'll be out of order.
Yeah, a little bit out of order. Except Ken's disc in the first season.
No, it wasn't Ken.
So, yeah, it was Ken.
The last one was that other guy.
No. Let me finish what I was saying. So in the Japanese version, it came with 8 discs. And so in the English version, in the Japanese Blu-rays that the Japan got, it had 8 discs. In the English version that we got, it had 4 discs, and this version of the Japanese dub that we are getting also has 4 discs.
Mm-hmm.
In the English version of the first of season 2 that we got, had a number of Digidesks, and one of them being Ken. And it matched up to the Japanese one, except they added Ken's Digimon to the thing. Even though, if you look at the image of the disc, it's the Digidestin with an eye in the background, and then the little Digimon. And Ken didn't have the little Digimon because the eye was for the Chimeramon. But the English version in Japan, but the English version, for whatever reason, they put Wormmon on there, even though it's not his eye. And Wormmon is actually on a disc
already,
on one of the other discs.
Come on.
Because they had Ken as his like emperor getup, and then they had Ken as his like normal like straight hair getup on the other disc with Wormmon and Wormmon's eye. So you get that now in the Japanese discs here. That's going to be one of the discs, is Ken with Wormmon's eye and Wormmon. But then they also, so that was like a little bit annoying. Why'd you put Wormmon on that disc? It's not a huge deal, but whatever. But they fuck you because the last disc in the Japanese one was the guy who is like behind Malo Mayorisman at the very end. I forget his name. Like the Japanese guy that's like talking about wishes and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
He's on there with his little egg Pokemon that he hatches at the very end in the last episode. I said Pokemon, I meant Digimon. But in the in the Japanese in this set that they're releasing, instead of that disc, they're putting all of the old Digidestin, all of the season 1 Digidestin on that disc.
The 6 of the old ones besides TK and Kari.
For whatever reason, they wanted to change it. I think it's silly. You're following a strict thing clearly, and then you fuck it up twice.
Yeah. Disappointing. I mean, who knows? Who knows if it was the Japanese licensors that were, mandating that? Who knows?
Maybe.
Anyway, we've also got Lyrical Nanoha Strikers. Magical Girl Lyrical Nanoha Strikers. I don't understand why you messaged me as though I was the biggest fan of this when I own 0 things from it.
Because you said you liked the other Magical Girl thing that you said was hype.
Just because I like Madoka Magica doesn't mean I like Sailor Moon. Come on.
Well, I don't know.
I'm just trying to. Oh, you talking about Magic Knight Rare?
No, the fucking full moon thing.
That's the hard. That's not really Magical Girl.
Is it? I don't know.
No.
I just saw the trailer.
No, the girl has.
Just for context, I see the trailer of that moon thing. AC's in the Discord like, wow, hype! I'm so excited. And then I said, when I saw this one, I was like, here you go, AC. Here's another one that you'll like. Clearly, this one's your favorite one. As a joke,
The reason I like Full Moon is because the music is really catchy. Like, so the story.
Yeah, the music. You read Playboy for the articles, right?
The story of Full Moon is about a girl who has sarcoma, like a throat cancer. And so she wants to be a singer, but like the process of doing it causes her to like spit up blood. And it's basically, I was describing it to Reese, it's like imagine Fairly Odd Parents if instead of Timmy Turner, it was like somebody like Caillou with cancer or whatever. Like, it's imagine Fairly Odd Parents except with terminal cancer, right? So the character gets a wish granted where she basically does a magical girl transformation, but instead of becoming a magical girl, she becomes an adult like singer. She becomes an idol. And so she gets to sing without cancer in that form. And like the whole show is like this tragedy of her wanting to be a singer and like the antics of her fairy godparents or whatever. It's not really magical, at least not from what I remember.
It was also, mostly a joke that you've clearly taken offense to.
I'm just curious, like what did I do that gave you the impression? Because I thought they were unrelated. I thought that the tagging happened unrelated to the other post I made. Anyway, so there's also Kiss X Sis. Finally. Look, they aren't technically related.
But they undersell it. Like they kneecap their sale pitch by saying the OVAs are more spicy. Like
they already released the OVAs.
Yeah, so just go get the OVAs. Why are you releasing the TV series?
Because they're not the same story, maybe?
Are they different? I don't know. I have no knowledge of this series at all.
Cleaner version of episode 9?
Yeah, so they were saying there's 2 different versions of episode 9 for whatever reason. One has like teddy bears and ducks.
So it's
I don't know.
In the episode.
There's the what do you call it? The Blu-ray cut or whatever kind of thing.
No,
like
it was
broadcast versus home video cut.
It was a second thing they added to the DVDs. They said like it wasn't It wasn't like this is the TV version. From what I remember them saying.
I love this.
But
They
anyway.
said clean is maybe the wrong word to use to describe creditless sequences for a show like this. All right, so they also got Professor Layton and the Eternal Diva. I think this already got released, right? This is just on Blu-ray now?
Yeah, this released a DVD only like 15 years ago almost.
And then Kite, integral version. Yasuomi Umetsu's classic schoolgirl assassin sizzler comes to Blu-ray like you've never seen it before, based on the earlier Media Blasters restorations, but much improved. Yeah, anything is much improved from how Media Blasters treats Blu-rays. Missing shots now restored with Astro Res and color corrected. Framing mistakes fixed. Original titles re-rendered. A thorough restoration for the adults-only uncut version and the U.S. general release version, as well as the international cut, never before released in the U.S. 3 versions of Kite on one disc. You got to be fucking kidding me! I'm just like amazed that it's even legal for them to release this. You know, personally, I don't have a problem with any of the contents on it. It's fiction. You know, the character is underage in one of the rape scenes. It's not something that anybody would look at unless you're a sick fuck with a rape fetish and think, oh yeah, I love this, you know. But I'm just amazed that, you know, the people at Discotek, who largely online, at least media OC employees, kind of position themselves one way when it comes to their stances on things. I'm just amazed that they would even agree, you know, to release this version that has each cut. Because like some of it's
and given with so much love and care.
Yeah, and I'm thrilled.
That they would just hand it off to like Media Blasters. Like, here you go, we fixed it up for you. You can release this with Kitty Media. Like,
so they specifically said that this is an exception to their general policy.
Like which funny that I don't know.
We're not a hentai company.
Yeah.
Although they did make a live action licensing choice that kind of goes against that.
Yeah.
I thought you were going to talk about the live action Kite starring Samuel L. Jackson.
No. We're talking about a different thing.
They also
might
said
actually be worse than Dragon Ball Evolution.
They also
at
said
least
that
I can laugh. Good.
Basically, as soon as you pop the disc in, it'll ask you like, "Is everyone
you
over 18?" Yeah, because like the menus will change. Like they have specific menus for
access to the uncut version of
even the special features will have like a blurred version and a not blurred version.
So I really like Kite, just like the aesthetic behind it. But I would say, so the story that I perpetually tell, that I believe is true, but would not be surprised to learn I've been wrong all this time, is that Yasuomi Umetsu attempted to go to a bunch of different production studios in Japan to get this made. And although a lot of people liked the design for the characters and the concept was pretty cool, and you know, the stuff with like she has like her parents' blood in the earrings she wears and stuff, and there's like this tragic story behind all, like a lot of companies really liked the idea and they could see promise in it, but they weren't willing to take the risk because he didn't have an established success that he could point to with like a manga or something like that. Like there wasn't already an established fan base, so nobody wanted to jump on taking that risk. And then he went to a hentai company and they said, yeah, sure, add a couple sex scenes, we'll do it. Right? So that's like generally my understanding for how this got made. I could be very wrong. It feels
that sounds
that
about
way.
right.
It feels that way when you watch it. And I'm just saying, although it's great that you're getting the international cut, the uncut version, all that stuff, this is adequately enjoyed in the censored version because the gratuitous sex scenes don't actually make it better. Like you will watch this not because of the sex scenes, but instead because of the action. And you should like understand that sitting down to watch the non-uncut version is a perfectly reasonable way to enjoy it.
During the stream, Mike Toole basically said the same thing. Like,
oh, he did. Okay.
Yeah, they went and they were basically asked to add in the sex scenes, and he was like, "Okay, if it gets the movie made."
Yeah. So that's pretty cool.
So this was the pants filler finale of the Otakon panel.
Mm-hmm. So
after this was the bonus round.
Old man says, speaking of Kite, have you guys seen Mezzo Forte? I think I've seen it. I despise that one. Like, I hate the sex scenes in that one even more. I can't remember why. That's probably a good thing. I also have the DVD of Mezzo Forte, which they'll probably release next time. We'll see.
I don't think so. Unless, is Mezzo Forte a hentai or an actual legit?
So Mezzo is an anime. Mezzo Forte is a hentai adaptation of the anime.
Okay, yeah.
So like
it get Mezzo Forte.
Well, but it's a hentai in the same way that Kite is. It's from Yasuomi Umetsu as well. It's like the same way that Najika Blitz Tactics and Agent Aika are basically the same thing. Like the same team, the same like people behind it, all of it being basically a carbon copy of each other, with counting how many times you see a character's panties, kind of thing. It's the same thing. So you said this was the pants filler, right?
Yeah.
Literally, and then everything else is a bonus here.
This the rest of this was exclusive to the stream, and they said at the end of the stream they might actually have had to cut some stuff from earlier to keep it under an hour for the Otakon panel.
So they have here humanoid monster Bem, the spooky adventures of a trio of yokai. Nobuo Ishiguro's classic TV series is remastered for Blu-ray. Includes all 26 episodes in Japanese and English subtitles. Some nifty TV ads. Wow.
This is giving off Scooby-Doo vibes.
Yeah, doesn't it? Like, this is personification of Scrappy Doo.
I'm like,
just want to kick him.
Right.
While we were watching the stream, I was like, oh yeah, this is like 60s. Mm-hmm. And I think it was Reese was like, oh no, this is 80s. This is 80s. I'm like, there's no fucking way this is 80s.
I was confusing myself because I watched the original Devilman series. I was like, this looks like Devilman. And for some reason, I was thinking Devilman was from the 80s, but Devilman was from the early 70s. That's what I got confused at.
Uh-huh.
Jewel Hunter Bem Line would have been a better excuse.
I never seen that one.
Also, Groizer X. You never seen Jewel Hunter Bem Line?
Nope.
What were you doing on podcast 68? Not showing up.
Waiting for 69.
69 when we did prison school. Reese wasn't there for that either. That's a shame. God.
I didn't become a full-time host until like 71.
Yeah, I've got it right here. It was 77.
Oh, 77.
When we covered Terror and Resonance. What a weird place to start. All right. Anyway, Groizer X. 70s Go-No-Guy classic about a futuristic warplane that transforms into a gargantuan super robot. From Knack Productions, the people behind Astro Danger, and Chargeman Ken. Japanese and subtitles. Party 7. Is this the live action?
This was a wild trailer that they put on.
Like, yeah, that looks crazy.
The trailer like intercuts a bunch of animation, and so we were thinking like, okay, it's live action mixed with animation, and then after basically the entire like spiel goes on, they're like, oh, actually no, the animation part is just like the intro, and then it's just live action from then after that.
That's weird.
Like, oh, okay.
But the animation was clearly Madhouse. Looks really cool. Like Red Line and World Record from animations or from the Animatrix style with the heavy like the solid black shading and that kind of stuff.
Dororo live action. Who released this previously? I think we
Funimation,
watched
right?
this.
Wasn't it Funimation? They were saying that.
I think we
released that?
watched this on
Or was that something else?
podcast 61 or whatever.
When he did the black and white Totoro.
Yeah. Let me just check real quick. Dororo manga. Manga live action. Okay, who released this? DVD from Universal Pictures. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so apparently, I don't remember anything about this, to be honest. The live action specifically. I mean, I don't like how badly my memory has gone in my older age here. I want to see if I can.
I don't like the masking on his cheek.
Because it's
he
like
looks
so
like he's
dark.
fading off into the background.
A little weird.
I'm not a fan of the font for the title.
Oh man, this thing was fucking crazy.
Oh yeah. Let me.
That looks more like Dungeons and Dragons type. Would be more like that kind of be more fitting than that.
What should they use, Reese? Papyrus? Come on.
Paint strokes.
Papyrus the font. So
Avatar's logo is just papyrus.
Better.
This is the Japanese one.
Yeah.
Right? And then
more swishes to it instead of that's better. But still weird, but
Nothing pleases you. Come on.
I'm a man of many tastes.
Anyway, I can't remember if it was actually a girl playing Hyakimaru or Dororo. No, Hyakimaru is the guy. Dororo is the girl.
Yeah.
I wonder. I can't remember if it was. Well, I guess it would have been actually a girl then, wouldn't it? I'm an idiot. Okay. All right, Robo Geisha. Exactly what it sounds like. Geisha transforms into killer cyborgs. Are these like Tengu mask breast coverage?
Dude, no, it's worse. It's well, if they are Tengu masks, they're hoses because milk comes out of them.
Oh, Watch Party 1?
Dude, the trailer's like insane.
Yeah,
I don't think I'd ever watch it. But
Yeah,
it was
nice.
It sounds like it's perfect for a watch party.
It was bonkers.
Extras, same ones from the Funimation release. Thanks.
Which is still in stock and available from both Crunchyroll and Amazon directly from Crunchyroll and Amazon.
God damn it, I hate myself for having just closed my movie collecting app. I don't think this was called Electric Dragon originally. I think it was called Electro Dragon. I'm pulling it up. It opened much faster this time. Hold on. Oh, it is Electric Dragon 80,000 volts.
And it originally came with the soundtrack CD.
I have it. It was also originally released by Discotek back in the day. So they're just still having perpetual license or whatever for it. It's a very strange movie. I bought it because I believe this is Tadanobu Asano, the actor who plays Kakihara in Ichi the Killer. It's a very strange movie about a guy who gets electrocuted and becomes like, it's like Static Shock levels, but he plays guitar to like, it's very strange. Yeah, it's very strange. I don't have anything else to say. And then Keko Common.
This is the one we were talking about.
We're not
remember a few minutes ago when we were talking about like they wouldn't do porn, it's right.
So I like how it's
the only one.
I like how it's missing the SD on BD like full title. The standard definition. Well, I guess because they don't know because it's a movie, right?
It's a trilogy.
I bought this on DVD thinking there's no way it's actually as what it like the way it portrays itself. It's fucking shameless. It is shameless. Wow. Like, it's not even fun. because it's just so in your face. The whole time I'm thinking like, you know that scene in Evangelion where Shinji like runs in to talk to Misato about the penguin and he's naked and she reaches for the thing that's covering his crotch and picks it up like the beer can, and then behind the beer can is another thing just barely covering up his crotch.
That was even way smaller, but still covering.
Yeah, I thought that's what we were going to experience with this.
I think that was Asuka. That was Asuka who ran.
No, they did it for both. They did.
Yeah, they do it. They do it for both. But the point is that type of censorship, convenient censorship. I thought that's what I was going to experience here. They don't even fucking try. And when they do censor, it's like the light beams covering the crotch or some shit. It's so fucking bizarre, the choice of censorship. And it's like, I just, it's beyond weird. And it's actually uncomfortable to watch, right? Even if you're watching it alone, you're like, man, I am not enjoying this.
Yeah, watch party.
No.
Yeah, me and Reese will have a watch party.
I just don't. I mean, I'll probably buy the Blu-ray out of morbid curiosity. It's not even a Blu-ray; it's just the standard def. I don't even know if there's a reason to buy it. 3 fucking films? Oh no! Fuck me. Pulling it up.
Fine. Christmas 2024.
I think actually no. I think I do have the because it was like a paper art box. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up.
Meanwhile, me and Reese just like we get to the third movie, we're just like,
my arm's tired.
Yeah, just like dude.
No, trust me. You'd be like, is my dick broken? Why don't it go up? Like,
I'm just like shooting air. What's going on?
Okay, hold on. Well, they don't have any of the live action movies. Oh, no way. Oh, come on.
What?
Okay, good. Okay. So let me, I think, get the fucking baby on screen before you do that.
Sorry.
Sheesh. At least take care of ourselves, right? Okay. So they say here, live action OAV. 2, we'll be back, live action OAV. 3, live action OAV. Then there's the live action movie. If I click on the movie, it has a listing here for the sub and the live action pack, which is the one I have, right? It's an art box made out of paper that holds all of them, released by Tokyo Shock. And it says here, Kekokama returns, Kekokama surprise, Kekosama, the MGF strikes back. Okay? So come back to this real quick while I take a quick look at these.
Figure out which 3 are on here.
Yeah, okay, because yeah, exactly. So I was gonna say here that the 3 that I was just showing you here, these 3 that say live action, live action, live action, these are the 90s ones, 91, 92, 93. And then the movies, the 2003 one that has these 3 movies. So is this the 90s one?
It's probably the 90s one. It looked very 90s from the trailer.
Well, fuck, now I have to buy it. Damn it. The early 90s on home video, yeah. Damn, for the first time in North America. Wouldn't it be nice if I just learned how to read?
Reading, who knew?
We need South Park Steve.
Rita learn how to read from the Little Ross.
Yeah. What's the Apple Steve Jobs? There you go. Mm-hmm. We need South Park Steve Jobs to come give you a contract.
All right. So yeah, the 2, I don't know, maybe the 90s ones are actually funny with it, but the 2000s ones were not.
Mike Hill had to heavily edit with the footage that they had.
I bet. Yeah. Fuck, man. Like it wasn't even funny. Like sometimes like censorship makes like the fact that the Japanese cannot show genitalia has made them erotically significantly more creative. right? They have to find new ways to do things that otherwise would be just vanilla in order to reach the level of eroticism without being able to show it, you know? Old man says, I have 4 live-action Kekkokamen DVDs, brand new, still sealed. I bought them cheap from Right. Huh. Is it 4? Was the thing I was just looking at all 4? Hold on, I got it. I still have it pulled up.
It did say 4 at the bottom of that list there.
Oh, then it'll be really
Yeah, live action return. Yeah, you're right. It is 4. God, how were there fucking 7 of these? Oh my god. Since it's live action, not anime, I never got around to watching them. You dodged a bullet. It's one of those things where you think to yourself, like, oh, this is going to be fun. And then you, like, sit down to watch it. You're like, I have 3 more of these. I'm going to put them on and do something else. Like,
and your parents
so anyway,
what the hell are you watching?
Ouran High School Host Club live action. But why, though?
It's a feature film to the Ouran live action TV drama. Like,
seriously?
why would you release the movie when it comes after the series, but not release the series?
Have I maybe I'm misremembering. Momiji is the character from Fruits Basket. Okay, maybe I am misremembering. For some reason, I thought this character was Momiji from Fruits Basket, which is the character who's a male character that wears the female uniform because it's cuter on him or whatever. I'm like, I don't want to see this guy running around in the girl's uniform. But I think I think I might be misremembering. I think there's a character like that though in Ouran, isn't there?
Yeah,
there isn't? Okay.
Dress up as a guy.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah.
There's no guy that dresses up as a girl.
Okay.
There is the little kid guy, but the Shota character.
Okay.
But he dresses up as a guy.
It looks very weird, their choice to have like this weird, like blue hard line that's cutting out this guy. So his like,
yeah, the artwork not final kind of like is like conveniently at that right where they cut it off. But
yeah,
the whole cover is weird because based on the trailer, it seemed like it was like we're gonna do a cruise, and the whole thing takes place on a cruise.
Wow.
Maybe
the anime
is just odd.
The anime of Ouran High School Host Club, I think, is one of the very, very few anime that I bought before I started the Anime Collector channel. So right before I started, like officially launched the Anime Collector channel, I went through my collection and looked at stuff that I had bought, let's say volume one of, but didn't continue to buy. And I kind of just completed the collection before I started so that like I wouldn't be looking at it while editing the videos and noticing and constantly being reminded I didn't pick up all of Sayuki or whatever, you know what I mean? So this is one of the few anime. I only have like the Funimation DVD release of like part 1. I never fucking bought the rest of it. I hated watching it. My wife loves it. I'll eventually get it, but
there's a re-release of the Blu-ray coming out.
Yeah, I just fucking hate it. Like, I just so annoying and boring, and there's nothing in it for me. I'm surprised that Random 11, you like the show, and so many guys really like it, because it just did not seem like.
I just know it from passing.
Yeah. Anyway, Android Kikaider live action.
In it.
Yeah, that's basically the only upside I can say.
Oh, sorry. Oh my god, now that you say that. I was wrong. There is a guy character that dresses up as a girl. I forgot.
Fucking called
it. It's none of the students though. It's Vic's character's father dresses as a woman.
That's awkward.
Or no, it's not his father. Is it Harui's father? One of the adult characters.
That would explain why Haruhi dresses like a guy, though. It runs in the
Something's wrong
family.
with that household.
Yeah, I think it's Harui's father dresses as a girl. For some reason, I thought it was Vic's character's Takamaki's or whatever his name is.
Tamaki.
But
Tamaki,
yeah,
yeah.
Tamaki. But
Alright,
I
so-
don't think we see any of those people's parents.
Holy shit, it's the live action series of Android Kikkaider. All 43 episodes in HD. Wow. And Special Rescue Police Winspector. This looks like VR Troopers a lot too.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
I gotta pull up a picture from VR Troopers now.
I don't think this was part of VR Troopers though. The first one was. I don't think this one was.
Okay, so when I think of VR Troopers, I think specifically of only one of them. So I think of oh shit. God damn it. I can't select the stupid here. I guess I could do this. There we go. All right, popping that out. I guess I'll move that to this window and drop it in here. When I think of VR Troopers, I only think of the one on the left. Right? Like that's the guy that I think of with like the tape deck looking like it's coming out of his chest or whatever.
Yeah.
None of these look any. This doesn't look anything like the Scheider one.
Yeah, I never got into the VR Troopers show.
That doesn't look anything like them. Wow. Okay. Anyway,
there were different VR Troopers though, weren't there? Like different seasons of it, or was it just one season?
I don't know.
Do we need to go down this rabbit hole?
No, we don't.
Although we definitely have time. We've only been doing this for 3.5 hours. All right, and then the last one here, MXC Most Extreme Elimination Challenge, standard def on Blu-ray, but also the first time it's ever been on disc, right? No, actually, I think it did get a release on DVD once upon time.
And it's missing like 4 episodes, I think.
This is one of those shows that you have fond memories of, and then you sit down to watch it, and you end up marathoning it, and you're like, fucking hell, make it stop.
Reese? Okay, we need to keep an eye on Reese when he picks this up. And
I'm not buying this. So
like, seriously. This,
you were over the moon for this release.
I was like, oh my god, just because of the fond memories, okay?
Yeah, so they aren't. I wonder if they actually will release Takeshi's Castle as well. You know,
the one I never watched this show, but the one I watched that was a similar idea, I think, is Ultimate Benzuke. That was on G4 TV along with Ninja Warrior.
Mm-hmm.
Or Unbeatable Benzuke. They always had to like do crazy things, but it was more inside. This looks like it's outside stunts.
So Old Man says, I vividly remember buying Oron High School Host Club on DVD years ago. I was embarrassed to bring such girly shoujo sets to the counter. It was a surprisingly fun show, though. I'd recommend it if you like shoujo. And Lady Phoenix says it was Haruhi's father that was the cross dresser. Wow.
Yeah.
Boring high school host club. Oof. Yeah. Both
It was
Haruhi and her
fun.
dad are creepy characters. Dressing as the opposite sex is having no self-respect. That Oron High School Host Club live action version really improved on making it clear Mitsukuni Haninozuka is a male. Yudai Chiba did a great job playing as him. Better than the girl voice. Okay.
I think that's the Shota character guy.
Yes. So this show reminds me of Robot Chicken, in my experience with Robot Chicken, where when it was on Adult Swim, and you sat down and watched an episode, you're like, oh, there's some good bits in here. Like some of this is pretty funny. Then I bought the fucking box set for season 1, and I've never wanted to return to Robot Chicken, because when you marathon that shit, you realize how much you hate it. And I think this show is the same way. Like when it comes on, it's fun. Like, oh, what a fun thing to experience. Yeah. You know, when I don't have DVR and there's nothing else to watch. Hey, let's watch
Right.
MXC, right?
You
Oh, look at that.
also like have
I
only, like
remember-
a couple episodes in between commercial breaks. like
Exactly.
that, where you
but
have,
when you
like-
sit down and marathon this shit, you're like, fucking goddamn, this 51 episodes. I would kill myself. But
This is
yeah,
volume 1.
Oh no.
There's volume 2 coming.
Oh god, no. That's awful.
I remember watching this at night on Spike, and then Stripperella came on. That one cartoon starring Pamela Anderson.
I remember it. Yeah. Stan Lee's Stripperella. Yeah, I remember it. I hope she shows up in Deadpool 4. All right. This now comes the part of the podcast where I remind you that you can support us not by shopping at Stealth Weeb, apparently, because I still am having critical errors on the website, but you can buy the Lizard Conspiracy shirt from the OCA podcast store. Right? Don't fuck M&M's or I want his head and balls. Right? That's available. Also, draw like a Studio Ghibli anime artist with exclusive watercolor set approved by Hayao Miyazaki. I just thought this was really funny. What's up?
Oh, I was just saying, what?
Yeah.
Amazing.
The set includes an F-Zero Homo drawing book.
Whoa. Whoa, I renounce. I rebuke thee.
Oh, hello.
All it takes to be a great artist is a dick in your ass. Anyway, I just thought that was funny. Also, apparently there's a limited edition Cards Against Naruto.
What?
Why?
Sakura-chan. Oh.
During training, Naruto accidentally replaced Sasuke's sword with Sakura's adult toys.
Yeah, there you go.
Part of me wants to buy this. Actually, play with my friends.
Sasuke got embarrassed when Naruto called him duck butt in public. These sound awful.
That's the whole point.
No, I mean, like, they're not even funny. Like, the only way this would be funny is if you mix them into the deck of a regular Cards Against Humanities and got to use some of those cards. Right?
Mecha Hitler.
Yeah, this is pathetic and weird and annoying. Wow, look at all the 5 stars from people who definitely bought it. Oh, they did. This is just amazing.
Oh, they did. Shit. Damn it. Why are you
Let's see.
proving me wrong?
Oh,
Apparently, they also have Cards Against Dragon Ball and One Piece.
Oh.
Shit, man. Oh, you can get the bundle for $89.95.
Ah, fuck that. I'm not spending that much.
Why is One Piece not in the bundle?
Well, there's this bundle with Dragon Ball and One Piece, or Dragon Ball and Naruto, or One Piece and Naruto. I can't believe this game is $50. That's unbelievable. All right. Eating adults only potato chips sent over a dozen Tokyo high schoolers to the hospital.
Oh, no.
They invented a chip that kills people if you're not an adult?
This is why
Oh,
you
no.
gotta do the one chip challenge.
Is it like sex chocolate and they had
Think about it,
cardiac
though.
arrest?
But really think about it. At what age do you become an adult? And
This
at what
is
age?
This is the true test.
At
If
what
you're an
age
adult.
are you in high
Yes, I'm
school?
over 8. The first
Right?
time it's like, yes, I'm over 18 is when you become an adult.
So in Japan, junior high is 3 years instead of 2, and high school is 3 years instead of 4. So theoretically, that lowers the window even closer to being 18. But they got hospitalized.
Fake.
These chips are for adults only. Sounds like a joke, but it turns out it's a legitimate warning. Legal adulthood in Japan begins at the age of 18. Because of that, you'll sometimes see products labeled with 18, whatever that is, which is read Juhachiki, and means not allowed for those under 18, designating the package's contents as inappropriate for consumption by minors. However, there will always be teens who want to push back when others try to impose limits on them. This week, in Tokyo's Oda Ward, a group of high schoolers got their hands on some Juhachikin items and decided to partake while on school grounds. And as is often the case with teen temerity, things ended bad. So were these kids smoking, drinking, or watching porn at school? Nope. They were eating potato chips. And it ended with more than a dozen of them needing to be taken to the hospital. How many kids in the classroom?
That must have been a big-ass bag of chips.
Holy shit, right? Like, how many kids are in a Japanese classroom? Like 20?
20, yeah.
Over a dozen. Like, that's like the whole class. You know, all right, we're all going to do it at once. You know, like, and then the people who put it up to their mouth but chickened out realized, oh, that was a good idea to not eat. You know, like, a video of the incident's aftermath is private. Fuck! Why didn't I download that when I had the chat? Quick, take off your panties. That's a reference Random Level will get when he rewatches and does the text. During the lunch period at Rokugo Technical High School on Tuesday, a male student brought out a bag of Juhachikin curry potato chips, manufactured by Ibaraki Prefecture food/snack company Isoyama Shoji. The chips are an offshoot of the company's Juhachikin brand of instant curry, so named because it's so spicy that Isoyama Shoji recommends it only for adult consumption.
So it is the 1 chip challenge, except it's the 12 chip challenge. And
the question is, how many of you are man enough to try it on stream with me next podcast?
Oh, fuck. You don't tell me you ordered these.
I'll pass.
I'm a show.
I don't know if I'm an adult yet.
I'm 14 at heart, so no, I'm not an adult.
The boys shared the chips with roughly 30 other students. And before the day was over, roughly half of them ended up receiving medical attention. Soon after eating the chips, a number of the teens began to feel nauseous and experienced intense burning sensation on their lips and in their stomachs. Ambulances were called.
Oh my god!
Imagine they're loading the stretchers. Like, sorry, you're gonna have to wait for the next one. Like, you're like foaming at the mouth. You're done.
They just pack them in there like sardines. It's okay. They're high schoolers.
Soon after eating the chips, a number of the teens began feeling nauseous. Ambulances were called, and 14 first-year students who would be 15 or 16 years old in accordance with the Japanese school system were taken to the hospital for further examination/treatment. Over a dozen people getting sick from outside food brought in by one person might raise suspicion that the boy who offered the chips had first somehow tampered with them as a prank. But that doesn't appear to be the case. While there's definitely a comical element to Isoyama Shoji's branding of Juhachikin curry and its potato chips, with a package design that evokes the style of Japanese adult videos and magazines, the package does also contain extensive warnings about the extreme spiciness of the product, specifically cautioning those with high blood pressure and/or weak stomachs to refrain from consuming the chips and stating, quote, if you are under 18, please do not eat these. Why do they have, like, what is this? What the fuck is this? Do you, like, pour the ramen packet in the chips and then stir it with a spoon?
Real men snort the ramen packet.
Yeah, remember that I did that story about the class that had one student? Yeah, technically, yeah. When you said adult chips, I thought they would be in spicy, sexy shapes, not just spicy flavor. Or they taste like vagina or something. Whoa, Harry Potter jelly beans.
They already have chips like that. They're called fish chips.
For those who are eating the Juhachikin curry chips, the package instructs them to add the contents of the included packet of Jolokia, a chili pepper that's 200 times hotter than Tabasco. How do you fucking measure that? I know they've got like the Scoville rating, but like how? How do you determine like a specific unit level?
Yusuf, how spicy is it? 95. How about this one? 96.
But still, what's the worst that can happen from eating something that's too spicy for you to handle? Your face gets red, your eyes tear up, and your next trip or two to the bathroom is probably going to be unpleasant. But that's about it, right? I have never eaten something that made going to the bathroom unpleasant because of the spice level.
Same.
Right? Like I've never experienced this. I eat very spicy food. My fridge is loaded with different types of hot sauce, right? But I mean, my mouth has been destroyed. I've been drenched in sweat eating a meal and enjoying every moment of it. But I've never gone to the bathroom and been like, oh no, it was a mistake. You know what I mean? Like,
well, I've never been like, oh, it was a mistake, but I've definitely, had situations where it's like spicy on the way out.
I've never had that. I've certainly had unpleasant experiences in the bathroom, but they have not been what I would describe as spicy asshole.
So that's where Venom's tongue goes at when it comes back inside out of his asshole.
What?
What?
Venom's tongue? Did you say that's where?
Well, yeah. That's Randy said it tastes spicy going out.
Oh no! Oh.
I didn't say it tastes spicy. I said it was spicy.
It sounded like you said taste spicy.
Roll back the tape, please.
Yeah, that's just
spicy is a taste thing, not a smell thing, not a feel thing. Spicy
so maybe it has been spicy on the way out, but because I wasn't shitting directly into my own mouth, I just couldn't tell. Oh. But still, what's the worst that can happen, right? Actually, ingesting spice beyond what your system can properly process can lead to bleeding from the stomach and vomiting blood, which can result in dangerously sudden drops in blood pressure. The determining factor, my mouth has been destroyed. What? Okay. The determining factor is whether your body's mucous membranes and blood vessels are strong enough to prevent such a reaction. And since those don't reach their full strength until adulthood, consuming such heavily spiced food can be legitimately dangerous for teens and children. Though labeled and marketed as for adults only, Juhachi King curry chips are not, in a legal sense, prohibited from being sold to minors, which likely was a factor in the afflicted high schooler's false sense of security.
It's just a liability
So, like,
thing.
even though they're listed as 18 only, they don't check your ID when you buy them, is basically what they're saying.
It's more of a warning to negate liability.
So it sounds to me like if you're in Japan and they won't sell you mace to deal with the bullies at school, the next best thing is to get some gloves, smush this up into a fine powder, blow it into your bully's face, right? That would be the greatest way to accomplish self-defense.
Yeah, I feel like you'd get charged for that.
You inhaled it while you inhaled your breath.
I mean, would you be more likely to, this is a good question. Can I go to jail for self-defense involving me blowing this powder in your face more or less than if I maced you with bear mace or whatever?
Oh, if it's self-defense, it's self-defense. But
yeah, I blew it in your face because you were bullying me. Same thing.
But like it has to be you, like if someone calls you names, you can't be like, okay, now I'm gonna mace you.
Okay, but
right?
if they're kicking your head,
yes. Okay.
You asked for it now.
If you were getting physically assaulted and you needed to implement something for self-defense and the only thing you had was some crutched up chips. Yeah.
That would be the funniest version of, like when people spray mace while they're running and it goes right back into their face. That'd be the funniest instance of, haha, you're getting it now. but a gust of wind blows her right back.
You know what you do? You just like you don't even do that. You just touch the chips and then touch their eyeball.
Touch their eyes. Yeah, that's an even better strategy. I like that. Right?
Direct application.
They punch you, you turn around, and what you're doing, you're just standing there, but you're like sticking your hands in your pants while you're holding, the crushed up chips. You're like you really shouldn't have done that. Now I've activated my power. Get it in their eyes.
I have the power of anime or God and anime on my side. Or whatever.
Unfortunately, in sticking your hands down your pants, you accidentally touch your penis on the way out. So
oh no, that's the worst. The burning.
The burn.
You've had that happen to you, I'm sure, right?
Never.
Never.
No. It's just a constant occurrence. It just fades into real life.
You've never been like chopping up hot peppers and then forgot,
and then
touching yourself.
No, I've never been chopping up hot peppers and thought, you know what? I need to rub one out right now. No.
You don't need to rub one out. Just go to the bathroom.
Would it hurt more or less with foreskin? I wonder. I can't get it out. All right. The label adults only. There's nothing stopping. Following the incident, Isayama Shoji issued a statement of apology saying, "We deeply apologize for the great disturbance we have caused to our customers and related parties. We currently do not have all the details of what transpired, but we are earnestly hoping for the swift recovery of those who were taken to the hospital and who felt unwell. Thankfully, none of the students' conditions were life-threatening." Although they were quite unpleasant in the bathroom. But as further proof of the potency of the Juhachikin chips, the fact that the bag was shared among some 30 students suggests that no single person ate more than a few, which was still enough to severely affect roughly half of them. That's fucking insane, right? So remember, kids, if it says for adults only, it's probably best to wait. There will still be plenty of time for you to experience the Juhachikin curry spice that turned us into a whimpering mess in our taste as to once we're all grown up. I think now is the time. This is the podcast to get AC's Funhouse stuff out of the way. I've been sitting on this story about Pocky's one chip challenge has been pulled from stores because a kid died. On September 1st, 2023, 14-year-old Harris Wolaba died from cardiopulmonary arrest after eating a spicy tortilla chip as part. Yeah, that's this one. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, it's he had like existing
health conditions.
Yeah, like it wasn't solely the chip that did him in. So the infamous one chip challenge is being removed from store shelves. By the way, after this was removed, I had one. I had half of one with Dan during one of our game nights, and I unfortunately didn't read the box, so I wasn't made aware of the part where you're supposed to not drink anything for as long as you can. So we didn't get to quite do it the right way, but it was pretty unpleasant. I'll say that. The infamous one chip challenge is being removed from store shelves after its spicy products may have resulted in the death of one teenager. The news was announced in a statement by Pakui, which makes the spicy novelty product. As the name suggests, the one chip challenge is a single snack chip infused with Carolina Reaper and Naga Viper peppers. Carolina Reaper is nothing by itself. Like I put that shit on my clam chowder and like whatever. Like I fucking love it, right? I mean, I will say there are certain foods you can eat with a Carolina Reaper hot sauce for which the Carolina Reaper hot sauce ruins the food. Like you can still eat it, but it's not enjoyable anymore, right? There's a level of spice for which you ruin the meal, right? It's like one of those things where you start to pour hot sauce and it's like, all I want is a drip, but you were talking to me and I put way too much in, it's like, throw it away, right? The Naga Viper, I don't know what the fuck that is, but that has to be what's really giving it the heat, because that shit was not fun on that game night we did, right? Like that was like, it's like there's this type of heat. Like the good kind of heat is like there's a flavor to the burn. The bad kind of heat is my mouth is on fire and I got nothing out of this in terms of flavor. Like it actually made the experience worse because it at least didn't also taste good. You know what I mean? So Carolina Reapers and Naga Viper peppers, which are both dubbed the spiciest pepper in the world. The product recently led to the death of 14-year-old Harris Woolabaugh, who attempted the one-chip challenge at his Worcester Mass High School, Massachusetts, I'm guessing. He was sent to the nurse's office and then sent home. Once at home, and by the way, just so we're clear, the chips that they had in Japan was enough to feed 30 students. The one-chip challenge is literally you buy a single tortilla chip attached to the backing of the product and you pull it off and eat it. Like it's fucking one chip.
And it says it on the box.
Yeah. He reportedly fainted. Yeah, I'm just saying like 14 kids were hospitalized over a chip that you could have an entire bag of and survive. Yeah. Right? This is one single chip and this kid died from it, right? He was sent to the nurse's office, then he was sent home. Once at home, he reportedly fainted and was rushed to the local hospital where he was pronounced dead. Although the chip has not been officially tied to Woolabaugh's cause of death, Pakui is making a choice out of an abundance of caution. Also, price sales have gone down in years. It was only popular for a while. The Pakui One Chip Challenge is intended for adults only, with clear and prominent labeling highlighting the chip is not for children. Wait, so hold on. Weren't the kids that we read about in Japan also 14 years old?
15, 16.
14 first-year-olds who are 15, 16. Yeah, man. Being 15, 16 saved them, right? The Pakui One Chip Challenge is intended for adults only, right? We have seen an increase in teens and other individuals not heeding these warnings. As a result, while the product continues to adhere to food safety standards, out of an abundance of caution, we are actively working with our retailers to remove the products from their shelves. We are also offering refunds on any single-serve One Chip Challenge product. For refunds, call this number. According to Pakui itself, the 2023 iteration of One Chip Challenge contains both Carolina Reaper and Naga Viper peppers, which have an official Scoville heat rating of 1.7 million and 1.4 million units, respectively. So you're telling me the Naga Viper is less than the Carolina Reaper by some margin here? I remember when Ricada ate it on stream and he like cooked it first or whatever. Not the chip, the Carolina Reaper. I feel like there were some shenanigans when he left the room and swapped it out for something else. You know, like
that reminds me of in One Punch Man season 2 when Speed of Sound Sonic is handed the monster heart and he's like, well, I'm going to cook it, obviously.
Yeah.
He cooks it and he doesn't get the powers from it because he cooked it.
Right. The One Chip Challenge began as a viral phenomenon in 2016 before officially returning in 2019 and getting new updates in subsequent years. Quote, do not eat if you're sensitive to spicy foods, allergic to peppers, nightshades, or capsaicin, or are pregnant, fuck, or have any medical condition. Fuck, I hope nobody who's pregnant ate that. Company's website. I mean, your baby, if it survives, will have superpowers. Like, after touching the chip, wash your hands with soap and do not touch your eyes or other sensitive areas. I know we have a recording of the game night where I ate it. Didn't I get some in my eye or something? I remember like blaming everything that happened in that game on the chip.
Sure, blame it on one chip.
It was half a chip too. It was so bad. Wash your hands with soap. Do not touch your eyes or other sensitive areas. Seek medical assistance should you experience difficulty breathing, fainting, or extended nausea. Damn.
Wash your hands with soap and milk.
Right.
Not water.
Cut your hands off after you finish eating, right?
The one, I guess I'll explain.
Good.
Okay. The one time that I remember me not washing my hands being an issue. Well, actually, correction. I did wash my hands. I didn't wash them well enough. Okay. When I was younger, my dad was making a salsa, and he just had like tons of hot peppers on the counter, and we were using this like grindy thing to grind them all up. And so we were grinding them all up, and I'm being super careful not to touch my face with my hands or whatever. And then but I actually think I was even wearing
eye protection.
No, it's the sandwich bag like gloves.
Oh yeah.
Like the plastic gloves for making sandwiches. Like it's not the greatest glove out there, but yeah. So I had those on my hands, and I was dealing with it, and I threw out the gloves. And I even washed my hands afterwards. And that's when I went to the bathroom, and I was like,
why's my dick on fire?
Yeah. I was like, holy. No. Luckily it was not that situation. It was just,
Luckily it was only my dick.
Yeah, you touch the fire hose, and the fire hose touches back.
I thought you were going to say you touch the fire hose and then it won't turn on. Then the fire hose can't put out this fire.
That is a shirt. Touch the fire hose and the fire hose touch that. That is a shirt.
It was a not comfy situation. I had to go get a face cloth and wipe down the area to try and get it to stop burning.
Wow.
Old man, even more.
Old man continues talking about the kid. He had a congenital heart defect, according to autopsy results obtained by the Associated Press. I remember hearing the story and had to look it up. If it's that spicy, get some milk. Dude, milk? I don't understand this. Milk does fucking nothing to help me when I'm having spicy food that's too spicy.
So what milk has fat in it, and that the idea is the spice is not from the flesh of the pepper, but from the dust.
That's unbelievable too, because I drink whole milk. I don't get the fat-free 2% or I get fucking whole. Right? I want all that shit in there.
So yeah, the fat binds with the capsaicin or whatever the fuck it's called.
Better
than water.
Glowing Walrus says you took an L for touching your dick with capsaicin hands. At least it's not as bad as those people buying bath salts at the local market ended up eating someone's face. Oh. I always thought bath salts was like code for something else that wasn't like bath salts.
Yeah. No, it's legitimately bath salt. Do you remember those stories? The zombies are coming for us.
Yeah. My wife is asking if I want to.
Yeah, whole milk is the only milk for me.
I drink 2%.
I normally drink 2%, but sometimes it's you go to the store and they only have. We buy them in bags. I know that's odd for you guys, but
yeah, we're aware how weird you guys are.
Sometimes
the fact you call it salsa, that's weird.
Salsa.
Salsa.
What do you call it? Salsa?
Yeah.
Salsa? I don't know. Okay. Anyway, if you go to the grocery store and you see that the milk is
you fondle your milk bags and take them home. Okay. Good.
Yeah. You look at the expiry date, and if it's sometimes it's
the word expiration.
Yeah, I chose to use the word expiry. Anyway, so I look at the expiry date, and if it's within a week, then I'll go to the 1% because the 1% usually expires later. Yeah. It usually lasts longer.
You usually go for the 2 weeks or something. Yeah.
Yeah, normally I would go for 2%.
All right. So next article: Japanese High Court reaches a verdict on if late pizza delivery trauma is worth 100,000 yen.
Oh, shit.
This sets a precedent, I think. Kyoto Man's half-year request for justice ends with definitive answer. Last Thursday, Osaka High Court Judge Tetsuji Sato was tasked with reaching a verdict for a lawsuit filed by a man living in Kyoto against Tokyo-based corporation Four Seeds. The man's quest for his version of justice has been going on for over half a year, and even after the Kyoto District Court, where he had initially filed the lawsuit, had thrown his suit out, he was determined to keep fighting, filing an appeal, which eventually landed the litigation in Judge Sato's lap. The Kyoto man was seeking damages of 100,000 yen, or 625 US dollars. Oh man, it's just like, it's such a small amount of money. You'd think that the company would have just like, all right, we'll give you the money. You just have to never tell any of your friends about this so that we don't have to give this to everybody, kind of thing, you know? The Kyoto man was seeking damages of 100,000 yen from Four Seeds Inc., claiming that he was entitled to such compensation for the mental anguish he had suffered from one of the corporation's subsidies, Pizza Law, a nationwide pizza delivery chain. According to the man, last December, he had ordered a pizza from Pizza Law for a Christmas party he was having with friends. So what foul deed did Pizza Law commit that turned what one would expect to be a fun evening into 100,000 yen's worth of trauma? They delivered his pizza 52 minutes late. I mean, it is Christmas. Like, the Pizza Law website emphasizes that their pizzas will be delivered
Christmas.
on time.
They're overloaded. Of course it's going to be late.
32 minutes or it's free, or over
Right?
30 minutes or it's free. Come on now.
Under 30 minutes, I think you mean.
Yeah.
So the company is sufficiently aware of the significant impact late delivery can have, the plaintiff asserted, adding 30 minutes is, in accordance with socially accepted wisdom, the maximum amount of time lateness that can be tolerated.
Clearly.
Unfortunately for the plaintiff, Judge Sato did not see things that way and went so far as to call the idea that someone could suffer such psychological damage from a late pizza delivery inconceivable before repeating the district court's ruling dismissing the suit. Damn. Slicing up the plaintiff's claim like a piping hot pepperoni, Judge Sato laid out his logic that a pizza order is an exchange of property, money for food. Because of the lateness of the delivery, Pizza Law had already refunded the man's money, and Judge Sato rejected the idea that he had sustained any mental anguish damages beyond what could be cured by getting his money back. It's unclear whether or not Pizza Law let him keep the pizza. Imagine showing up and you've got the pizza and the money and just said, pick one, right? Like, I'm 52 minutes late, fucking pick one, you know?
All right, here's a question for you. They're late. They have a policy that says, for sure, it is free after this time.
Mm-hmm.
They get to your house 5 minutes late. You've already gone on the phone and said, where are you? It's late. And they say, yeah, sorry, it's free. It's on us. Do you tip the driver?
It might not be the driver's fault.
So then, yes, you would tip the driver.
Would
you tip them his normal, like?
I guess it depends on it depends on the vibe I get from the driver while I'm. See, like, okay, look, if you've already called, they've satiated that you don't need to be upset. Like, well, look, it's pizza's free. I'm in a good mood, right? If the driver's a dickbag about it, no, he's not getting any tip. But if he's not, I might give him an even greater tip because he's probably about to get fired.
The last time
Assuming it's his fault.
It was from a local place, and they have an
I'd be
app.
like, good work being late, buddy. Stuff it in his shirt pocket.
Like, the last time I ordered a pizza, it was from a local place, and it has an app. They have a tracker on the driver to show you where they are on the map. And the person who delivered for us got lost.
Don't you love it when you're looking at your Postmates order, like, why are you driving in circles?
Why are you
No, one.
Where this
Honestly,
is clearly a bike trail and not a road.
Yeah. One time I ordered Uber Eats and the guy picked up my order and it's kind of on the edge of the city, and so he drives out to the edge of the city to pick up my order, and then instead of coming back to my house, he drives to the next city over, and like I see him get on the highway, and I see him like I'm like, oh, he got on the wrong on ramp, like he got on the the wrong direction, and then so I'm laughing at him, and then he keeps going. He passes the next off ramp. I'm like, oh no, he's lost. He drove all the way to Oshawa. I realize you don't. That's like a 20-minute drive away from my house, and then back. I'm like,
he kept picking up additional fares that were on the way, kind of thing.
Yeah, he's like clearly delivering other fucking food. I'm like, what are you doing?
I have watched.
You could have picked up mine when you were coming back from that.
I have watched.
Just leave it. Let someone else pick it up. Like, what the fuck?
I've watched them go to apartment complexes and just wait there for like 30 minutes. And I'm like, are you getting laid? Like, what's happening? Did you have to take a shit and you went home? Like, holy fuck. Like, when I first started using Postmates, it's like everything was super convenient and wonderful. And then it's like, man, I got to the dark side of the app where I legitimately could have just gone and got the food myself in the time it took for you to just take whatever shit you were taking. You know, like, where are you?
And I would have saved on the fees and got better gas mileage.
All right, so it says here, he dismissed the suit. Slicing up the plaintiff's claim like a piping hot pepperoni, Judge Sato laid out his logic that a pizza order is an exchange of property, money for food. Because of the lateness of the delivery, pizza. Oh, we already read this, so it's unclear whether or not they let him keep the pizza. The man didn't help his case when, during the trial, he mentioned, "I prepared other food items and had my friends gather with the presupposition that the pizza would be delivered on time." Ostensibly, he was trying to show how much careful planning had been ruined by Pizza Law's lateness in order to establish just how painful the experience had been for him. However, the statement is also an admission that he was hanging out with his buddies and had other stuff to snack on while they waited for the pizza, which isn't exactly the sort of story that earns you much pity, and especially not 100,000 yen.
No, that's what you got to say. The story is like, I was going to meet a professional colleague for a pizza dinner, and he was going to give me a $100,000 deal. Right. And because there was no pizza, he thought I was not qualified for the job because I couldn't organize a simple pizza date. And therefore, I lost out on my job, and I lost out on my $100,000. Therefore, they owe me money.
On a potential contract, well, not disclosed due to business professionals.
Yeah.
So you can't.
That's the story you got to go with. Come on now.
Right. So, also, a Nagoya man was arrested for putting glue in women's hair, pretending it was bird poop to pick them up.
What the fuck?
I can't even visualize this level of game, right? Like, what do? You just carry some Elmer's glue and like come up behind a woman and go in their head and like, oh shit, oh that bird. Oh, let me help you. Here's my handkerchief, right? Oh, it's all over your. Let me take you to the bathroom and help you clean that. That's so horrible. I'm so sorry this happened. Like, what? In her hair, huh? Like, what's the game here? Right? Just
get in my car. We'll go back to my house. It's about 4 blocks away.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Like, oh, I live right here. Please come on and use my bathroom. Use my. There's no cameras. I promise. Use my bathroom.
And I'm sure the women are like feeling up to doing all sorts of stuff after getting bird shit in their hair.
Well, yeah, I think it's more like, if I show value and kindness and like I was there for them, that maybe there will be a date down the line, So the suspect felt like bird poop was the fastest way to a woman's heart. Dating can be hard, particularly when making the first move on a person where the chances of rejection are dangerously high. Some people get by on good looks, while others employ charm and wit to win others over. A great deal of us, however, are lacking in both of those things and need to come up with other ways to meet people. Unfortunately for everyone involved, one 25-year-old man in the city of Nagoya came up with a truly idiotic way to pick up women and is now facing assault charges as a result. Last May, the suspect approached a woman in her 30s on the street and asked her for directions. While she assisted him, the man then squirted some liquid glue into her hair. He then alerted her to it, saying that it looks like a bird had pooped on her. According to police, the man admitted to doing this to the woman about 10 times. I'm sorry. The man admitted to doing this to women, not the woman, to various women, about 10 times since last March for the purpose of getting an opportunity to pick them up. Now, I often have a beef with Japanese media and or police for not asking follow-up questions that might fill in the gaping holes of logic between a weird crime and its purported motive, whether it's stealing piano covers or building a road on a lake, and this is yet another case of this. Comments online were at a loss as to the man's plan, but eventually agreed it was mighty stupid either way. He's a genius among idiots. He thought that putting glue on someone would make them go out with him? If that stuff gets on your clothes or bag, it's really hard to get out. What a gross idea. Did he imagine she would be grateful if he picked the bird poop out with his hands? Just use a dating app. Putting glue in someone's hair is the worst thing you could do. We are sure it was glue, aren't we? We should have a little roasted seaweed to complete the illusion. Oh, he should have added a little roasted seaweed. Oh, okay, because then it would have like clumps and stuff in it. Putting aside the fact that the suspect already had his opportunity to ask these women out when they were, while they were helping him with directions, I tried to put myself in his shoes and follow whatever flimsy logic I could latch onto. My two main theories are that he either would recommend going to a nearby coffee shop to wash out her hair, and the two could have drinks waiting for it to dry, or he would immediately admit to gluing her hair together as an adorable joke, hoping she would fall for his general jeu de vie, whatever that means. Hopefully, these assault charges will help him to reconsider his approach to dating and seek help from others on how to go about it legally. Since the government is keen to matchmake, perhaps they should set up workshops for people like this guy who are clearly willing but really lack the faculty for it. Damn, what a letdown of an article. Oh, what? A U.S. man cuts off penis during a highway chase with police after a voice from the radio tells him it will save the world.
That's one mighty important penis that he's got there.
Do you think he did it while he was driving? I mean, if it was the radio, right? The car radio, right?
It was during the chase, so.
How do you think how do you think you accomplish that while also driving? Like, where do you stay? Because you gotta you pull out your combat knife and you gotta but also your hands on your high-speed chase, right? Like, how do you do that?
Drive with your knees.
You think he bites it? You think he crashed while he did it?
Probably.
Kuala Lumpur, September 3rd. What does this mean? That all of a sudden, I thought, oh, is it an Indian? Did it happen in India? No, it was U.S. I think the guy who cut off his penis might have been high on some drugs. I think that's a given. A Tennessee man cuts off his penis after hearing voices from the radio while being chased by police. Newsweek reported that police had initially pursued Tyson Gilbert, 39, after finding him parking his Honda Accord in the way of traffic on the highway. Tennessee Highway Patrol Trooper Bobby Johnson said Gilbert from Cookville took off when officers tried to signal him with their lights. He was all over the road the whole time, Johnson reportedly said, adding that at one point of the chase, Gilbert stopped his car, opened the door, where officers saw that he was naked and covered in blood. Police eventually slowed him down with spike strips and were eventually able to arrest him. Authorities who confirmed that the wound was self-inflicted said Gilbert told them the voice from the radio had told him to remove his penis to save the world. He was later taken to Vanderbilt Hospital for treatment, but his condition is unknown. What an unfulfilling ending. What the
I'm just imagining a song that you're just like, cut off your dick!
Is the song Detachable Penis? Wow. T said I'd tip 100% of what I paid. I think you finally got to the part about the pizza.
So zero.
I don't think you're talking about the dick tip. 100%.
100% of what you paid being free, so you're not tipping.
All right, so I've got. Every once in a while, we have a real SpongeBob article. We have a very SpongeBob article. It requires the big baby.
Oh.
It dangerously requires. Thank you. Okay.
Well, no, that requires more than the big baby. Holy shit.
Yeah, I might. Yes. Figure this out, please.
That might not maybe make the video things a little bit bigger.
No, I'm working on it. I'm working on it.
He's gonna move us.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's better.
All right. Perfect. Man, 68, has to have part of his penis amputated after it turned gangrenous due to using a sex aid for too long. Before I scroll down, may I simply ask, what on earth do you think happened?
Gangrene, you said?
Yes. Due to using a sex aid for too long.
Cocking.
I mean, that's got to be it, right? Like, it could be like he couldn't have been sounding or something gross.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, I mean, walking around with a pocket pussy just, hanging there for a couple weeks.
That's not exactly a sex aid.
So we're going to learn that the man is
Sure
hungry.
it is.
So if you did find a fleshlight that was diseased and disgusting, but said, fuck it, what have I got to lose? Maybe, right? That's gross, but yes. Okay, here comes graphic content warning. An American man had to have the head of his penis cut off after wearing an erection-boosting sex ring for an entire day. Boy, if you could even see the fucking photo, it is horrifying.
I'm honestly surprised. Only a day?
Only a day. Yeah, no, it gets worse. I think we just gotta keep going.
I'm surprised it stayed on for a whole day.
Well, I don't think cock rings fall off.
Well, he said it was around the. Well, where was it located? They're talking about the tip.
Reese, I'm going to invite you to open the article and look at this pixelated image.
I don't want to pick. I don't want.
Which, when you first look at it, think, oh, he was wearing like a chastity device of some kind. No, that's his skin. His skin is this color now.
I'll pass it out on that one.
Yeah. Medics who treated the 68-year-old were forced to peel away layers of dead tissue in the horrific case, but found the tip couldn't be saved and had to be removed. However, in an apparent world first of its kind, medic used part of the man's thigh to rebuild parts of his penis.
Oh, you can see it in the little preview window.
It's nice that they shoved the catheter in there too, huh? Let me double check and see if there's anything else. Oh no, that's the leg. I think we could probably get away with that. Why? No. Oh God. Oh shit. This is.
We're not moving.
I feel sick to my stomach just seeing that GIF down there. All right.
Let's not move.
Okay.
No.
Some websites have thriving marketplaces for metal penis rings for just $7.99. This example was taken from Etsy. I think they make these in silicone. Seems safer. right?
And you get a little vibrator thing on them. Even extra boosts.
This I did not know. Thank you for filling me in.
All of a sudden,
I'm pretty sure they make
all of a sudden,
like,
Randy's a cock ring expert.
yeah, like my wedding ring, you know, like a stretchy silicone wedding ring would be or whatever, but like for your dick. But shockingly, he only saw aid from medics. A week later, after experiencing problems urinating. I just want to remind you, they previously said he wore it for 24 hours. He somehow got it off, and it still turned his dick black. Right? Like, documenting the surgery in the journal, Urology Case Reports, medics said at the point of admission, the man's penis was abnormally purple colored with blistered skin in yellow patches. The man, who was homeless, was?
Well, he's home is the hospital now.
Was initially discharged to a nursing facility after having a catheter inserted to help him urinate, given his apparent lack of greater harm from his sexual escapade gone wrong. Hold on.
Homeless, sexual escapade.
Was homeless, was initially discharged from a nursing facility after having a catheter inserted to help him urinate, given his apparent lack of greater harm from his sexual escapade gone wrong. Lack of greater harm? However, 2 weeks later, he returned after his entire penis had turned black and gangrenous.
I guess because he was good enough to go to the nursing home, they sent him to the nursing home, and then he came back.
I think because he's homeless, he sought help wherever he could get it, and it just happened to be the nursing home. They're like, well, here's a catheter. Oh, God. Oh, finally I can pee again. Why is it bloody? Right? Like, this indicated the member had become necrotic, with the tissue itself having now died from having its blood supply cut off by the tight ring's extended attachment. I can't imagine a world where you get, and the picture that they shared, those aren't necessarily the ring style he had on, right? It might not have been a solid metal. But I can't imagine getting that on and then being able to get it off after the blood like enters and all that shit. Like, that's the reason you're not supposed to have an erection lasting more than 4 hours, is because your body, your dick atrophies from the lack of blood flow, and this shit happens, right? And that happens without a condom. Just if you have too much Viagra and it won't go down. Like, just the nature of being erect causes the blood flow to not flow properly the way it needs to get it back out and all that stuff, right? That's kind of the point. Medics gave the man a broad spectrum of antibiotics in a bid to stave off any further gangrene, and in pictures too horrific to show, began to cut away the dead penile flesh. Using scalpels and surgical scissors, medics painstakingly excised the dead tissue layer by layer until they found living, healthy tissue deep within, closer to the core of the member. Oh, fuck.
So his dick got thinner after the surgery?
Oh.
Pencil dick now?
Yeah, I was going to say, really what they did is they just made sure he was too small to use it again.
They literally took his dick to a sharpener, right. Like a pencil sharpener.
That scene from Family Guy where Peter he sharpens the pencil, the electric pencil sharpener, then looks around, stands up, and unzips his pants. Oh no! Oh my God! However, they found the glands, the medical name for the head of the penis, couldn't be saved. It had to be removed entirely. Medics then dressed the peeled penis to allow it to heal. After a week-long recovery, the man underwent another examination and removal of dead tissue before medics turned their attention to penile reconstruction. They harvested an 8 by 13 centimeter patch of skin from his thigh. That's a fucking lot of skin in the photo that they needed just to recreate the head. From his right thigh, which then grafted onto the peeled core of the patient's penis. Medics reported the man remained stable after the surgery and a new catheter inserted through his abdomen to help him urinate, as opposed to normally through his penis, was working correctly. So they stuck a catheter like out his belly button, like from his bladder to his belly button, so he could piss while his dick had to heal. Like, oh God. Discussing the case, medics said examples of penile strangulation from sex rings was a rare but serious emergency with potentially severe consequences for a patient. Penile strangulation from a constrictive ring is a urological emergency that warrants immediate removal to prevent vascular compromise and subsequent necrosis, as well as acute urinary retention, they wrote. Management of these patients poses a clinical challenge given availability of tools available, good job, to the urologist at their respective facility to remove the constrictive device. Medics, you could probably take the thing off. Medics have previously been forced to use hardware tools directly on men's genitals in order to attempt to free a patient's member from rings' vice-like grip. At least it wasn't coon he used, referring to the bird poop guy. Lack of circulation is a motherfucker. He thought he had a BBC now, yeah, right? So when they gave the catheter, they didn't notice the lack of blood flow. He might have a malpractice case. Does this count as a gender surgery, right? They should have just made him a woman. Fuck, man. Medics say penis rings, when used safely, can help men suffering from erectile dysfunction alongside other treatments. However, they emphasize men should talk to their general practitioner first, not only on safety grounds, but because impotency can also be a potential warning sign of serious health conditions like diabetes, health disease, or prostate cancer. Man, none of those are good. They added that, to their knowledge, their case represented the first time a patient suffering penile strangulation from a ring had to be treated with a surgical skin graft from their thigh. Medics also said that Medics also said the patient would be continued. What? Said the patient would be continued to be followed up on? Okay, followed up to evaluate. Medics said the patient would continue to be followed up to evaluate the long-term outcomes of his surgery. British medics have long warned. Why are the British? Is it because it's the Daily Mail UK? Oh, no, wait, hold on. I'm getting this confused with the other guy who cut off his dick in Tennessee. This didn't necessarily happen in Tennessee. All right, 1 second while I figure out. No, it is American Man. The University of California's Department of Urology. Did he warn them? Yeah, okay. So it's a California man. Getting close to home here. British medics have long warned of the dangerous surrounding sex rings made of hard materials such as metal and begged men not to use them. Use that. Good job. Fucking wonderful job here, Daily Mail. Available for as little as 3 pounds online, the device constricts flesh around the penis, trapping blood in the genitals. This can help men maintain erections for longer, with some fans. Some fans claiming the gadgets also make their penis bigger and enhance sexual pleasure. But they aren't without risks. They can get stuck, effectively strangling the penis by depriving it of life-giving oxygenated blood. Not only can this result from an embarrassing... Not only can this result from an embarrassing trip to the AE, I think you mean not only can this result in an embarrassing trip to the A&E, it can also cause parts of the penis to die from a lack of oxygen if they are not treated quickly enough. This can cause potentially irreversible damage in as little as 30 minutes. Are you guys ready for this GIF? Where they're cutting it off? Oh my God! Oh! All right. This can cause potentially irreversible damage in as little as 30 minutes. In rare cases, men can need their member partially or wholly amputated and require extensive reconstructive surgery. Doctors warn against the use of rings made from hard materials like metal specifically, as due to their lack of elasticity, they're more likely to get stuck. In comparison, rings made of a less robust material like rubber can be cut off easily in an emergency. Medics have previously been forced to use drills directly on men's genitals in an attempt to free a patient's member from the device's vice-like grip. In one horrifying clip circulating online, medics had to resort to using an angle grinder and then bolt cutters to help a patient in such circumstances. The man's dangerously engorged member appears to have escaped unscathed from the heavy-duty machinery used to free it. An obvious but unavoidable risk from such heavy-duty removals is that the penis itself can become damaged during the procedure. Online retailers sell dozens of toy rings made of a variety of materials. Stainless steel versions, sold in an array of different sizes, can go for as little as $3.29 and be up to 2 inches in diameter. 2 inches. Oh, inside jokes from previous podcasts. Ads brag that they are great for extending the duration of your erection and help you last longer in bed. Fatally longer. Others promise to enhance the pleasure of both men and their partners by providing more intense orgasms and stimulation. Sex shops also sell some versions which advise men to also slip their testicles through. Experts warned this is particularly dangerous, however, because it can cause the testicles to be strangled too. Damn, just can't fucking win. Another key factor in determining the outcome of such cases is how long a man waits to seek medical help if a ring should become stuck. There have been cases where men have waited many hours before seeking medical attention due to embarrassment or shame. Look, you know the vast majority of men who have found themselves in this situation have gotten their own power tools out and done it themselves because the shame was too great. There have been cases where men have waited many hours before seeking medical attention due to embarrassment or shame, which has led to a poorer outcome than if they had just rushed to an emergency department. While there is no official data on the number of penis rings incidents in the UK, damn, no data on that, huh? The latest official NHS data shows there are more than 15 emergency penis amputations performed in England between April 2022 and March 2023. Medics say penis rings, when used safely, can help men suffering from erectile dysfunction alongside other treatments. However, they emphasize men should talk to the general practitioner first, not only on safety grounds, but also impotency can also be a potential warning. How many times are you going to read that? You fucking rehash the article 3 or 4 times here. Anyway, that's it. Not it.
Huh.
Does this count as a gender surgery? Not the tip? 2 inches? That's a lot, right? I mean, did it say circumference or diameter? It said diameter, right? Because this matters. Because circumference should be like 6 inches at least, right?
Circumference, yeah, that should be a lot longer than 2 inches.
All right. Well, it is now 8 o'clock, which is a great time to end the show. I do have some other articles we could pop in here if you wanted to do one more just to knock it out. Or is 4.5 hours good? You tell me, audience, your vote. Put in your votes now.
First person to answer gets it.
I do have, let's see. Dick amnesia is a real thing. Women can't remember their partner's dicks.
Nexi says it's still early.
All right.
Keep going. Okay.
We have 2 options here. I can't do both because I got to walk the dog. My wife is waiting for me. Pick one. Oops, wrong one.
First one.
Dick amnesia is the real thing, or the Nazis adored it, the Japanese commercialized it. Now we're all trapped in the cult of cute. Gotta create a freak out. It's been decided. Dick amnesia is a real thing. Can't remember a single penis you've ever encountered? You are not alone. I remember the one from the last article vividly. I'm hopeful.
Okay. It's okay, AC. You're not alone.
I'm hopeful the dick amnesia will kick in soon. When I'm feeling nostalgic and permit my brain to be visited by the ghosts of sexual partners past, I can recall the most important and minor details, annoying habits, scars, peals of laughter, and ex-boyfriend's nail bends. But one thing I can't remember is dicks. Turns out you're lesbian. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I can't remember their vibe. Their no, again. What was the article we read before? That was from the freaking that was from the bird poop article, right? What are the odds? All right. It is French for exuberant enjoyment of life. Joie de vivre. The enjoyment of life. Wow. That's amazing.
God,
I can't remember. I'm not saying I can't remember their vibe. Their joie de vivre. What I am saying is, if you presented me with a genital lineup, like an even more troubling and objectifying episode of Naked Attraction, I could maybe identify 1 or 2 tops. Some have defining features, sure, but can I visualize them the same way I can a former partner's eyes, lips, or body hair? Absolutely not. I mean, I imagine it's inside of you most of the time, right? See, women, if you have dick amnesia, it means you're not giving enough head. Just saying it. Right? If in some fucked up situation, my life depended on drawing a photorealistic depiction of any one of the dicks I've encountered in my nearly 30 years of life, I'd start planning my funeral. And I know I'm not alone. Indeed, one person I quizzed about this boldly declared, I literally cannot remember a single dick I've come across. So welcome to what Vice is dubbing dick amnesia. Not to be confused with dick-induced amnesia, where the dick is so good, it makes you forget that its owner is a walking parade of red flags. You saying the hentai trope is real? Dick amnesia is when you can remember the guy it was attached to very well, but not the body part itself. It is summed up by the words of one young woman who, perhaps unsurprisingly, wished to remain anonymous like others in this piece. Quote, I can't even remember who had foreskin or not. But is the condition as widespread as I suspect? And if it is there any scientific reason why dick amnesia happens? The fact that they actually brought like experts of the field into this article is alarming. And also this side article here, I asked men about that time they jerked off with their friends. Ralph Jones asked this. A man asked this, not knowing the answer is never. Right? Like, Before consulting the experts, I conducted a deeply unscientific poll during a weekend away with 9 female friends, most of whom I've known for upwards of 20 years, and whose current and former dick-laden partners I've met on multiple occasions. Quote, if you had to pick all your ex's penises out of a lineup, could you do it? The resounding answer was hell no. Ever the romantic, one friend offered a partial defense. Maybe with serious partners where that's a big part of your life, or a small part, another immediately cut in, depending on the guy. But I persisted, not letting the conversation move on for even a moment in the interest of journalism. Even if we're talking about someone someone you've were with for a long time, if you were handed a picture of a flaccid dick, would you be able to confidently say, that's my ex's dick? So is the dick amnesia that you have to be able to pick it out of a lineup flaccid? Because that's kind of different, to a degree at least, right? Like, unless you're married, you're probably not seeing it flaccid that often. You know what I mean? Or like living together kind of thing. Because if it's just like a let's say 3-month fling, when you see it, it's probably erect, right? Like, just saying. I don't even think I could do it with my current boyfriend. A friend we'll call Lily immediately replied, referring to her partner of roughly 8 years. That's not saying they're not individual. Like, I value them. The romantic of the group chimed in, but I wouldn't recognize them. Where is the scroll wheel on this thing? Okay, good. I was just like, holy fuck, it just keeps going. Right. Where is Lily? Here we go. Dick amnesia does seem to have a sort of strange logic to it. Let's not beat around the bush. A vulva is a vulva is a vulva. They each have their individual quirks, of course, but apart from changing hairstyles, lady gardens remain pretty much the same no matter the situation. This is, of course, not the same with dicks. Oh, enlighten me. A 20-something Chloe puts it, people see willies in different stages. Chub, mini chub, maximum chub, full-on chub. What is the difference between maximum and full-on? There's
further
also
beyond. Maximum is further beyond.
That's when you full-on is when you, or maximum is when it's got the penis ring on it as well. There's also another technical reason why some people who sleep with the bedicked among us may have trouble recalling exactly what they look like. This reason is most succinctly expressed by actor James Spader during a 1996 Cannes press conference for David Cronenberg's Crash. An audience member confronted that one of the conventional things about the unconventional film was that the women get more naked than the men. Wondering whether this was a contractual thing or an artistic thing, he asked the panel why there was no male full frontal nudity. Essentially, why no dicks? James Spader, looking like the definition of insouciance, I don't know what that is, smoking and in shades, leans into the mic. I think that has more to do with geography than anything else, he quips. In most of the scenes we were filming, and when you're fucking, you don't see the penis. So does this solve it? Is dick amnesia also a case of geography? Luckily, some people have conducted more scientifically rigorous... We fund this! of the issue than shouting lewd questions at their friends. A 2015 study into women's penis size preference suggests the simple facts of time might be responsible. People can generally recall if a penis was described as large, medium, or small, or not described at all, the study suggests. But it also supports that while most women selected the exactly correct model in both length and circumference at immediately recall, only about half selected it after a delay of just 10 minutes. So should society's dick swingers feel reassured by the fact that their sexual partners rarely remember their genitals? Should everyone? I mean, I think most men would only like to be remembered as large, right? Like, I don't think you need to remember the fucking mole on the testicle or whatever. It is, after all, a cultural cliche that anxious boys brag and exaggerate the size of their parts so much that one recent study found that men can't be trusted to measure their own penises, even in the name of science, and that people of all genital persuasions freak themselves out about what they look like down there. This happens to such a degree that they opt for risky surgical procedures promising to lengthen, tighten, and brighten.
Brighten?
I think they mean when you bleach your anus or something.
No one's bleaching their dick, are they?
Right.
Jesus.
Let me read that again, okay? People of all genital persuasions freak themselves out about what they look like down there. This happens to such a degree that they opt for risky surgical procedures promising to lengthen, tighten, and brighten over letting it all hang out en natural.
Okay, I guess all genders, just in general, these are various things that one or the other genders do.
Yes. Is dick amnesia, in other words, a force for good? Could keeping it in mind help people ditch their body worries and relax? Well, maybe we shouldn't get too ahead of ourselves. It might concern the chaps out there to learn that the 2015 report into women's preferences found that a significant number of women not only forgot what size penises were after 10 minutes, they tended to slightly underestimate the length of penis models after a recall delay. So they're saying that they showed them a model of a penis and like, oh, fuck, yeah, that thing's huge. And then when they remembered it 10 minutes later, like, that thing was so tiny. Like, is that what they're saying? Or that they thought that this big dick was actually only 4 inches when it was actually 5 or 6 or, that kind of thing. Is that what they're saying? I remember the micro penis I saw, says Chloe. Another friend declares that one of her exes had no pubes. In her exact words, he was totally hairless like a dolphin, and joked that there's PTSD that comes with that.
PTSD?
Meaning he waxed it. Right? He has PTSD.
The guy has PTSD?
Yeah, from waxing it.
Okay. Or I thought they were saying that she had PTSD
from
seeing
seeing well, maybe not from seeing it, but when the purpose of pubic hair is that it prevents friction. So if you both are hairless, that might not be fun. I don't know.
Just bring the lube.
Lots of it. Where was I? This seems like a body blow for dick amnesia potential to help promote body positivity. It even potentially implies that in order for a dick to be memorable, it needs to be exceptionally good, bad, or ugly. But this still doesn't solve the question of why dick amnesia occurs. There could be loads of reasons for dick amnesia. Sexual relationship therapist Georgina, nice name. Georgina Vass tells Vice, sexual arousal can suppress executive function, she says, leading to forgetfulness. On the other hand, she also notes that increased cortisol, also known as the stress hormone, has been shown to impair memory retrieval too. If you're stressed about something before the sexual experience or stressed during the sexual experience, Vass says, like being worried about what the sexual experience will be like, worrying if you're performing well, and worrying about receiving sexual satisfaction, about how you look, smell, or sound, or all of the above, then she suggests it would be possible to forget details like the appearance of the genitals of your partner. But she adds, in this scenario, you could equally forget the color of their socks, because that matters. There's some more simple common sense reasons why people might experience dick amnesia too. Alcohol can contribute to memory loss, as well as difficulties with sleeping, Vass suggests. Combine sexual arousal, stress, anxiety, poor sleep, and alcohol together, and you have a recipe for dick amnesia. Sounds scientific to me. This all seems like quite a sex-negative picture, but Vass assures me there is some hope yet. She points out that enjoyment of sexual activity is linked to more positive genital perception. Okay? Rather than a bad thing, then, does dick amnesia prove it's not the size, It's what you do with it that counts. I do have definitive vibe memories from previous peens, Emma says. I feel like I remember the effect of dicks rather than an image, I guess. In the end, if the thought of your last sexual partner not remembering your bits freaks you out, don't worry too much because, as Abby suggests, it's not only a question of genitals. I mean, I can't remember his feet either. Wow. Maybe the problem is you've just had too many dicks. Like, don't know. Seems plausible to me. Actually, I should probably grab that one because I'm going to add it to the doc. All right. Anyway, thank you for coming to our third show in 7 days. If you would like more of these, Mirage Leonardo is going to need to start sharing a lot more articles because quite frankly, pretty soon we're going to be out.
We have banned him from articles.
And you just
I didn't ban him.
No, I'm kidding. I'm joking.
I was just wondering if we legitimately had a discussion with him I wasn't a part of because he has slowed down pretty significantly.
Well, I remember there being a point where, man, he was going pretty fast and loose with those articles, and it's like, oh my gosh, we don't have enough time to keep up.
So I guess the question is, could you pick your own dick out of a lineup?
No.
No? You're not intimately aware of it more than anybody else that you couldn't be like, that one's mine. Yeah.
I mean, maybe, but like...
I mean, on skin shade alone, you'd probably get pretty close, right?
Yeah, on skin shade, but it's like, one, unless, like, okay, pick your own dick out or we're going to cut it off. Like, it's like, fuck. Like, because I'm not going to spend forever looking at dicks, first of all.
Fair point.
Well, if it's to save your own dick, you wouldn't bother double checking that lineup.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the only reason I would. It's like, I mean,
you're missing the obvious answer. If somebody's gonna cut off your dick, is to just unzip your pants and compare, right?
Right, right. No, I'm not gonna ordinarily, unless it's extremely bizarre circumstances. I'm not going to pick my dick out of a lineup. I barely look at the damn thing. I don't want to look at dicks. I don't even want to look at my own.
Oh.
There's a better lineup. I don't know what he looks like.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you've enjoyed this eye-opening evening with the hosts of the OCA podcast. Whitnam couldn't be here.
Is that you? I don't fucking know.
Oh, boy. Anyway, I don't really have anything planned for our ending. We definitely need to make an ending song or something, so I just have something I can click on when this awkwardness happens. With that said, here's some booba.
Yes, there we go.
That's a good ending. You started with that. Might as well end
When's my palette after these terrible dick articles?
Good night, everyone. Wait, no, we gotta put it back on.